Okay, so let me go back to the other, we've started the YouTube. Let me go back to the other thing and okay, who's in the waiting room? Okay, so Ted, I've got 3 more people in the waiting room. Somebody named Mary Ellen. You want me to start the recording yet, or what do you want to do?
Let's start the recording. Mary Ellen is good. If she's got her name down, that's good to go.
Okay, you're on. Both are going.
Okay, so let's start. You'll work in the background on letting people in, Joanne?
Yes, I got
Okay,
it.
so I'm gonna start up the meeting. Good evening. Yeah. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to a special meeting of the Zoning Commission of the City of Danbury. This is a web-based meeting posted on Zoom, also visually on YouTube, November 16, 2021 at 7 p.m. Let the record show we're beginning with a roll call at 7:22. Mr. Almeida.
Here.
Ms. Fay.
Here.
Mr. Hawley.
Here.
Ms. Hylinski. I saw her before. Is she still on? Ms. Hylinski?
Yeah, she's there.
She's there.
She's here. She's here.
Mr. Jowdy.
Here.
Mr. Kelly.
Here.
Mr. Mazzi.
Here.
Mr. Malillo.
Here.
Mr. Eriquez.
Here.
Mr. Marchand is absent. And Mr. Nijam is absent. I'm Chairman Haddad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got the 9 regular members, and we have 1 alternate, Mr. Eriquez. Before I give the Zoom instructions, let me tell you all what's been going on. One of our meetings this afternoon got hacked. It got hacked pretty badly, and the reason why we're going through this effort is not because we want to be a pain in the neck, but because with the governor's executive order, if we get hacked on this meeting tonight, the procedure to restart the meeting is very, very, very inconvenient, which may even cause us to have to adjourn for the evening. And that's what we're looking to avoid. So we're trying to get people to identify themselves, and we're trying to double check and double back on it and make sure that we have people that we've recognized that have been on here before, fully knowing that we're going to have some new people too, but we wanted to get them identified and here. So we apologize for that, but that's one of the issues that's beyond our control. And I would hate to have to do a restart. Regarding the Zoom instructions, this meeting of the Danbury Zoning Commission is being held on Zoom as a virtual meeting. Even though this meeting is a virtual meeting, members of the public and interested parties continue to have the opportunity to participate in the meeting in a couple of different ways. You can participate via Zoom and see the audio and the video, or you can call in by phone and participate via audio only. Please be aware that we may have to mute your microphone or telephone to avoid an echo or some other background noise. While I'm on that subject, if everybody just automatically mutes your mics right now, that'll be great. This is also being streamed live via YouTube. Instructions on how to participate in the meeting appear on the City of Danbury website, and all of the documents and materials that apply to the matters to be discussed during this meeting, including the agenda, are also available on the City of Danbury website. As always, if you have any questions, please contact the City of Danbury Planning and Zoning Department. As a reminder, the entire meeting will be posted on and can be seen on the City of Danbury website. We will follow the posted agenda as per standard practice. If prior to the meeting, any questions or comments on agenda items were submitted via email to Sharon Calitro, those comments will be read during the appropriate portion of the meeting. Finally, please remember the technology glitches sometimes do occur. Please be patient if that happens. The next regularly scheduled meeting is scheduled for November 23rd, 2021. While I'm on that subject, as you know, commission members and the public, we have notice publication date rules that we follow. However, with the governor's executive orders, those executive orders supersede our notice dates and publication dates. With that said, it differs a little bit. We have a 48-hour notice that we have to give to commission members of a special meeting and a 24-hour notice to the public for a special meeting, which is interesting right there. So what I did as a precaution was I sent out an electronic notice to the members of the zoning commission that there may be a special meeting Thursday, November 18th at 7 p.m. again on the Zoom platform, 2 days from tonight. This is Tuesday. This will be on Thursday. The zoning commission members got this. Depending on how it goes tonight, if we do have that special meeting on Thursday, we will notice it tomorrow. So we will meet the public notice and that meeting will take place. So we'll see how that shakes out, how this meeting shakes out tonight. And then I also read that the next regular meeting is scheduled for November 23rd, 2021. That was at 7:30. The special meeting, if it takes place on Thursday, looking at my calendar, will be at 7 o'clock. Mr. Melillo, if you can get that flag going, we can do the pledge, please.
I just need Joanne to allow me access to share. And I'm
Just give
also
me a minute.
curious, is the applicant here this evening?
Yes, I did see him somewhere.
Attorney Hoyler is on.
Yes, I'm
For
here,
the-
and when it actually comes time for us to speak, I'll be asking Tim Hollister to do that on.
Okay, I was looking for Attorney Hollister's name. I didn't see him, so that's why I wasn't sure if we had. Just wanted to make sure at least we had a representative from the applicant present.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Melillo. Thank you, Attorney Hoyler.
Okay, if you would stand for the pledge, please.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I'm going to read the legal notice for this evening. Legal notice pursuant to Chapter 14, Sections 1-228 and 1-229 of the Connecticut General Statutes, as amended, the public hearing regarding the following petition was adjourned and continued by order of the Zoning Commission of the City of Danbury to the 16th day of November 2021 to be held on the Zoom platform at 7 p.m. The petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC to amend Sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19 and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations, in parentheses, amendments to existing definitions, defining a new use, transitional shelter for the homeless, and adding this new use as a special exception use to the CA 80 zone. Agenda to be posted will include instructions on how to access the Zoom meeting and application materials and view the meeting in real time on YouTube. Theodore J. Headhead, Chairman, posted on the city website and town clerk's office on November 10th, 2021. Published in the News Times on November 12th, 2021, purchase order 2021174. There are no minutes tonight. There are no public hearings tonight. We have a continuation of a public hearing. Let me just read in the procedure for tonight. This meeting operates the same as an in-person meeting, except a little bit slower. We wait for hands, we wait for recognition, sometimes voices as well. Regarding publications and continuations, this has been announced and it was also read by the legal notice just a couple minutes ago. Tonight's format will be this. If you recall, last week we said that the department will not receive any more letters in favor or any more letters against, but rather the opposition may read in letters new or submit letters as exhibits. And the same is true for those in favor, that Attorney Hollister, if he received any new letters, can read them in or submit them as an exhibit. Now, the reason why I did that last week was not to shut anybody down. Well, that was because we don't want anything to fall through the cracks. And one did fall through the cracks. During last meeting, right in the middle of the meeting, we actually got an email. And that was an email that was in favor. So it didn't make it to the meeting. And it would be unfair to not allow that one letter in. So I am going to read that letter in. And when I am done reading that leftover stamped in letter, we're then going to go to the remaining letters of opposition that we have on file. And then after that, we're going to ask those wishing to speak in opposition to the petition and field questions from the commissioners to speak. Between the letter reading and between those speaking in opposition, I'm going to briefly discuss a brand new exhibit that was received, and I'm going to call Corporation Counsel. That's Exhibit 21, by the way. And I'm going to call Corporation Counsel to speak to it briefly before the opposition has a chance to speak. When it's time to speak, keep in mind that we do not limit the length of time that you speak. We do not limit the number of speakers. We ask that you please stay on topic. Please don't repeat yourself and be kind to each other. When the speakers conclude, I will then ask Attorney Hollister for his final comments and his rebuttal comments, as well as anyone from the Pacific House. They can be questioned by the commission. So they're going to be fielding questions by the commission only. When that concludes, I will ask the staff if they have any final comments. And at the end of that, we're going to then see if we get a motion. And I expect the motion will be made tonight to either close the public hearing, which is most likely, or a motion could be made to continue the public hearing again for any specific materials or exhibits that may come up through any conversation. If a motion to close is made and it passes, depending on the time of the evening, we will decide if we're going to have that November 18th meeting or not. So with that said, let me quickly grab that last letter. And as I mentioned, this came in during the zoning meeting last week. This is an email from Gina Sierra. Hello. I want to make a formal statement in support of the homeless shelter on Exit 4. I'm a local resident and mother-to-be living within 1 mile of the shelter. My husband and I were so thrilled at the city's decision to convert the Super 8 into a homeless shelter. The facility will be a great resource that can help so many in our community, and it has our full support. We were both shocked and disappointed to hear that a few individuals in our area were against it staying open. We are frequently in the area, using the gas stations and fast food restaurants next door, and have not noticed any negative effects as a result of the homeless community being nearby. On the contrary, we are happy and proud that our neighborhood is serving the community in this way. It is our sincerest hope that the shelter remains open and operational, also so that all improvements, renovations, and investments continue as planned. So I'm going to now, if you just give me a moment, I'm going to take this pile and I'm going to retire it over to here. I'm now going to grab this pile and I'm going to begin reading those letters. Every once in a while, I'll look up to make sure that I'm still on. These are letters of, excuse me, I'm still fighting that little flu bug. These are letters of opposition. And we then have a group also of form letters, which will knock down this pile as well. Dear Chairman Haddad, I would like this read into the hearing. The future of Danbury, truth, lies, and where do we go from here? By the way, this is from Jeff Berlant. And I'll go back to the letter. In the title of my letter, I have used the title from Coretta Scott King's book, Truth, Lies, and Where Do We Go From Here? Chaos or Community. Our issues are much different from what Mrs. King wrote about, but the philosophies of truth, community facts, and how they are distorted to ensure that those in power can manipulate us in the community still remain the same. So I am compelled to write this letter to the city of Danbury and present it to the Zoning Commission for this week's continuation of our struggle to discuss the facts and the law regarding the mega shelter being planted in the middle of 3 communities. It is with great sorrow as I write this letter, I have learned that one of our organizers' homes was attacked for the second time with a stupid act of childish terrorism that can only serve to strengthen our resolve to see this through to the very end. We, the community, tax-paying citizens of Danbury, will not be frightened or threatened or shy away from what should never be allowed to happen to the safety of our community. During the last meeting, the tax-paying community listens to city officials, the senior leadership of Pacific House, and their attorney, Mr. Hollister. We listened to their attorney threaten the zoning board and those opposed to the location of the shelter. By the way, let me just go back and say that this is dated November 7th, 2021. We sat and listened to our faith and Christianity be called into question for disagreeing with our politicians and wanting to protect the children and families in these 3 adjoining communities. All of us heard the president of Pacific House and those representing his company contradict each other as to how long the facility has been managed by Pacific House. One said since August, the manager and the employee of Pacific House said 18 months. Their attorney alluded to their recent takeover of the facility from the city of Danbury. Outside persons were brought in to tell us how amazing a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week facility is and how great it would be. But now under the scourge of overdoses, beats, and break-ins, the facility is no longer a new model. It is just like all the other facilities now, and the doors are being locked at 7 p.m., and no one can leave the facility. If they do, they are locked out for the night. In the winter, in a nor'easter, in the elements, to fend for themselves. These are not people that care about the homeless. This is about money and politics. The rules are changing to control the uncontrollable situation, just so they can get those of you on board to vote in their favor. Then the rules will change again and again to benefit their income flow. Should they get all of you to allow this to happen to our city and our communities? This is not the legal 20-bed limit that previous administrations found to be acceptable to limit the impact of the surrounding community. We have the proof, which will be presented to the commission tonight. Again, the community are dealing from facts. Nothing has been manufactured to elicit emotions or community-based rage. We, the citizens of Danbury, have been repeatedly told that our fears of panhandling, drug overdoses, burglary, prostitution, and the strain on our city services are total fiction. Even with all the hard evidence presented, those for the mega shelters still hold their ground and spout the political rubbish. There have been 4 deaths attributed to those living in the Pacific House. 2 had happened the week prior to the last hearing, and our city leaders withheld the information so they could forward their agenda. Outright lies to the board and to the taxpayers of the city. One woman was found dead in her room. After 3 days, another man, a resident of this facility, was found dead behind one of our local restaurants on Mill Plain Road. During the height of the pandemic, there was a resident of the facility found last April at the end of Westwood Village, frozen to death, when this was supposed to be a 24/7 facility. Another person was found dead in the high grass on the side of the road at exit 4, but there's no evidence that anything out of the ordinary has happened at the former Super 8, now referred to as the mega shelter. Besides the many drug overdoses that our city police and fire personnel respond to, it is unconscionable that Danbury's police chief has ordered the reports that our officers submit from their calls to duty to be changed to reflect that nothing negative was happening at or near the facility. These facts are being relayed to us from city personnel that will remain nameless to prevent retaliation to them and their careers. And that, should a call come in, no lights or sirens are to be used to draw attention to the event. But again, as we're told, there is nothing going on at the facility that the community should be worried about. I suppose that the resident of the shelter, a young man that had fallen to the ground outside of McDonald's drive-through window in a drug overdose situation, was nothing more than a wellness visit, as a police report was changed to, when he was administered Narcan out in the open for all to witness. Or the woman that went through the city stealing our lawn signs, who was arrested, by the way, and her name's still being covered up by our police chief. Why? Why is it being hidden? Why can't those of us that filed complaints have the right to press charges? Isn't that the law, our right as citizens of Danbury? The lies and manipulation must stop now. Let's debate this from a foundation of truth and conviction from both sides. We need to begin with honesty, not the manufactured letters in favor that are being presented and produced primarily from organizations outside of Danbury, berating those against this facility and calling our faith and our human integrity into question. We too can submit letters, but our letters will be based on facts, not manipulated words and information to solicit emotions and false responses based on non-truths. The Pacific House accepts government funds and private contributions from communities and individuals wanting to keep this type of institution out of their own neighborhoods. Last month, the Pacific House received over $300,000 from an annual gala event and contributions. Danbury should and does take care of its community members in need through its legal and heartfelt outreach efforts and organizations. I urge the board to listen to the community that lives here, and please take into account that over 1,500 people have stood up and put their names to a petition against this facility's location and the changing of city ordinances. Fact, having a 172-bed facility with drug dealers, prostitutes, mentally ill persons, and drug-addicted persons blocks from 2 schools, close to a college campus and dormitories, set adjacent to 3 communities that are being infiltrated as fear escalates for the safety of our local children, needs not to happen. This proposal must be voted down. Danbury, as reported from several news organizations, cannot become the landing place for everyone else's homeless and those flown and busted illegal immigrants, unvaccinated, and being hidden in the shelter and other city facilities. Finally, the architect of this was and is former Mayor Mark Boughton. Where was he during last election? Why has he not come back into public eye and faced the community that he did so much for during his tenure as mayor? Who's the puppeteer? Who's pulling the strings to make our officials dance to their tune? Our voices will be heard here in the public forum like this one, in the courts and in the voting booths. In closing, Coretta Scott King closed with this thought in the 1960s. While we cannot resolve the issues of decent integrated housing immediately, we are now making the choices which will determine whether we can achieve these goals in forthcoming decades. We cannot afford to make these choices poorly. Today, the philosophies still remain true. While we cannot resolve the issues of the homelessness immediately, we are now making the choices which will determine whether we can achieve these goals in forthcoming decades. We cannot afford to make these choices poorly at anyone's expense. The Pacific House and this mega shelter have proven not to be the solution. Thank you for your time and consideration. Jeff Berlant. Am I still on? Yes. Yes. Thank you. To the zoning commission members who have made the decision to approve or reject the change of zone, which would allow the Pacific House to make permanent conversion of the Super A Motel to a permanent regional homeless mega shelter. We all know that the existing shelter is operating illegally, that it violates and ignores numerous pre-existing zoning and planning regulations that have been in place for many years, designed to ensure the safety and health for the people of Danbury. We are well aware that all the existing zones that allow homeless shelters do not include the location of the Super 8 Motel. The attempt to spot zone this illegal location is a slap in the face of the established rules, regulations, and of the logical reasons for the creation of specific zones. Our proper zones for shelters have all been used to help the homeless and to ensure the health, safety, and economic well-being for all in Danbury. Homelessness is a condition that must include the myriad of forms that define it. Those conditions include, but are not limited to, alcohol abuse, drug addiction, domestic violence, acts by perpetrators, and the protective care of victims of those acts, sexual offenses, acts of those with mental disorders, violent criminal acts, various causes of poverty, loss of employment, and those who misuse their supportive income. We have well-established, long-standing city planning regulations for homeless shelters that limit the number of beds to 20 in any homeless shelter. This regulation is designed to prevent negative effects that we are now witnessing by the existence of the Pacific House. Those negative effects that are presently erupting at the Pacific House mega shelter are due to its size and a lack of effective management and care. Its presence is damaging residential one-family neighborhoods, hurting small businesses, frightening families in adjacent public housing, intruding on close-by senior condominiums, and the mega shelter is illegally existing adjacent to public Danbury elementary and middle schools, negatively impacting professional offices, fuel stations, good restaurants, fast food establishments, shopping mall, retailers, car dealers, and mechanic shops, to name just a few. The mega shelter is presently disruptive to all citizens living and working in the area. Our government officials must enforce what is legally established. Their duty is to ensure that all citizens are protected from unapproved uses of our properties in our city and from inappropriate behaviors that damage our community and ultimately put us all in harm's way. When this occurs, we, the people, have the right and the obligation to protect ourselves and each other from other such abuses. This is what we're doing right now, and we insist that there be no variation from the principles that are in place to ensure that we are protected from any abuses that are used under a false cloak of being, caring, or helping Danbury. The lack of solid management, along with its size, makes the Pacific House inappropriate to be in any location in Danbury. We provide for Danbury's needs efficiently. We humanely treat the myriad causes of homelessness with proper services specific to meet the problems of the individuals at our properly sized and properly located facilities. We have already done our job in Danbury. We do not put hundreds of homeless men, women, and children with multitudes of issues into one mega facility. It just doesn't work. These mega shelters have failed wherever attempted in other parts of the country. A mega shelter the size of the Pacific House has no place in Danbury. We do not want or need to be foisted into the role of being the ones who must take care of those who come from other places that do not address the needs of their own homelessness. We are able to support our own, should they. The use of the Super A motel for the proposed purpose before you was contrary to everything that Danbury needs to do for the care and safety of its citizens, be they homeless or not. To consider approving the proposed faulty changes to our zoning regulations that would create a permanent mega shelter attracting the homeless from other towns and cities that do not provide for their people is wrong. It is not in the best use of the property, nor it is in keeping with the needs of our citizenry. The Pacific House mega shelter is not needed and does not belong in Danbury. Robert Steinberg, Danbury resident and taxpayer. I'm still on. So there's a letter here. It's an email, and it's got a lot of arrows and markings on it. So I'm going to get through it here. It says, I keep getting this below email returned, trying it again with a folder to link the documents. Joanne, in advance of tonight's meeting, please find the attached an update to the public petition in opposition to the petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension. Please read receipt of, since the public hearing commenced on September 28, an additional 708 signatures opposed to amend the zoning regulations for this purpose have been received, now totaling 1,508 individuals opposed as of November 9th into public record, and place the attached document containing signatures and comments into the public record. It looks like it's referring to a Google Drive that contains folders. Was somebody, Joanne, was that you trying to talk to me?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you got?
That was from Eileen Curran. That was the
Yes.
petition they had online, and she wanted you to read that they had it and they had the signatures, but you won't be able to read all the pages of signatures. If
Okay.
anyone wants it, it's attached to the agenda.
Okay, so I think by me reading that paragraph where they have a petition on September 28th containing 708 and on November 9th containing 1508, puts it in. And then it finally closes with, Joanne, please find the attached letter I read during this evening's zoning commission meeting relaying my opposition to the zone change. Yes, you are correct. It is from Eileen Curran.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Who is that? Mr. Melillo, yes.
Yeah, Ms. Reed, you said it was attached to the agenda. Could you tell me which link is attached to?
It was attached to the previous agenda, the 11-9 agenda, in
Oh,
letters in opposition.
Okay.
Or maybe it's attached to tonight's. It's attached to tonight's agenda, the letters received since 11-9. There were things that were on the revised agenda. The first 2 items, one was letters in favor, which had already been read, and the other one was letters in opposition, and it's in that bundle.
Okay, it's in the one that was read into the record. Is that the one that they were
Yeah.
being? Okay, that was, I didn't see that one. I didn't look at that one this evening because it was read in the record. Thank you.
So
Okay.
that looks, but I'm not sure. Joanne says it's there. It looks like it's somewhere. It's possibly Exhibit 13. Possibly.
No. It's in the exhibit that's on tonight's agenda, the one that after I issued the revised
Oh.
agenda, there are 2 links, and one of them says letters in opposition. It's in there.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was a big shot here because I made a chart of all of the exhibits anyway.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. My fault. Okay, so now I have another, which was an email, and it's from Gene Anthony. Dear Chairman Haddad, I, Gene Anthony of 4 Oak Ridge Avenue, Danbury, oppose the above petition to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations will add transitional shelter for the homeless as a special exception use to the CA80 zone. Please read my opposition letter into the public record during the 10/28/2021 zoning commission meeting. It's carried over to this one. When the members of the zoning commission consider an application for a change of zoning, are they not called to consider also the ethics and possible outcome of each application, since the welfare of the community is being affected by the proposed change? Have you considered the performance of the applicants in their current Bridgeport shelter? Have they been negligent in their commitment to the homeless they shelter? Has the shelter become a blight to the neighborhood? Has the city incurred financial difficulties because of mismanagement of the shelter? Has crime increased in the area of the shelter? These questions are far more important than the question of spot zoning. I trust that our commission members have considered them. It is for these unanswered questions that I request you deny this application. Gene Anthony. There is an email from Peggy Stewart. Continuation of petition of 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations. Dear Mr. Head and zoning commission members, this letter is to express my opposition to 3 Lake Avenue Extension LLC application to amend the zoning regulations to accommodate the Pacific House Regional Mega Shelter currently operating in the CA80 zone with a temporary certificate of occupancy issued by the state of Connecticut. The sale and use of this property was permitted to occur despite that the fact of the homeless shelters are not permitted in the zone. This transaction was endorsed by the state of Connecticut, the mayor, and S in parentheses, and the Danbury Common Council. The applicant's attorneys provided a well-crafted petition with very specific language to lead us to believe that this is not spot zoning. The 2 properties that would meet the new definition in the C80 zone do not have the potential to be converted nor built upon for a homeless shelter. The request to nearly triple the current capacity at 3 Lake Avenue from their stated average of mid-50s to 60s occupants to upwards of 170 in an emergency is outrageous at best and nearly impossible to monitor on a regular basis. This exceeds current city regulations for beds in a single location by 130. This unquestionably impacts the health, safety, and quality of life of those living and working in the area surrounding the regional mega shelter. We continue to see a rise in crime, negatively impacting businesses, patrons, and residents, as well as emergency services. Contrary to Pacific House's claims that at the first meeting, we continue to see groups gathering on private property, panhandling at local businesses, wandering in our neighborhoods after 9 p.m., and sleeping outside, even during a nor'easter, and most disturbing, deaths due to an overdose at 3 Lake Avenue Extension and on neighboring properties. My husband was approached last week at the Shell station and asked for money. For the record, last week would be in relation to November 7th, as the letter is dated. But he refused, saying that he just wanted money. A few hours later, my husband happened to drive by the station. The man was still there begging for money. This is just one example of what is occurring up and down the Lake Avenue Mill Plain corridor. We should, but don't report most of these incidents, many being brief encounters that are slowly becoming a part of life on the west side of Danbury. This might explain some discrepancies in the call logs. As a city, we need to find a better way to serve Danbury's underserved and homeless population. Shelters and services provided by local agencies and nonprofits invested in our community can deliver a more compassionate way to serve Danbury's at-risk residents. The shelter capacity currently allowed in our regulations offer an environment where staff can regularly interact with clients on a personal level, offering insight and intervention in a timely fashion with dignity and improved outcomes. Look to these types of options in areas where pedestrian traffic is safe, where there are outdoor areas on site to relax and congregate. Pacific House's wholesale approach has directly impacted the quality of life in the immediate area and beyond. They have not demonstrated the ability to manage a large population with multiple needs in one location. Pacific House may experience better results in Norwalk and Stamford utilizing smaller facilities and housing fewer clients. Unfortunately, they have not demonstrated the ability to manage a much larger population with multiple needs in Danbury. For the sake of those in need, as well as those living under the shadow of this mega shelter, we implore you to deny this petition as presented. Please include this letter of opposition in the meeting minutes and records. Thank you. Thank you for your consideration. This is from Peggy H. and Craig Stewart, 10 Oak Ridge Avenue. And I have an email from Alan and Donna Barsky. I am writing to you with deep concern as a caring, tax-paying citizen. My husband and I live in Westwood Village, and we both are very concerned to have a mega shelter right down the street from our home. We take pride in our neighborhood. We are very concerned for the children and our own safety as well. Our city has enough resources for families in need. Please listen to the voices of the people who care and reside here. We totally disapprove of this refining and use of this facility as a shelter. Alan and Donna Barsky. There is a email here from dated September 29th from Richard Antos Jr. Esteemed members of the Zoning Commission, the city needs to think outside the box and stop putting Band-Aids on our issues. If there is going to be a shelter of any kind, it should be in a proper, safe location with rules. The location on Lake Avenue Extension is an ill-planned solution to homelessness funded by a Stanford entity who could care less about Danbury's plight. We need to have protocols for whomever is living in these facilities. In other words, if they are going to receive free food, shelter, and services, they need to be supervised when they are in our fair city. Rules need to apply, and if they do not adhere, then face some sort of repercussion. Go and sit on Fairlawn Avenue and watch the illegal activity that pervades this beautiful neighborhood. Drug deals, prostitution, and vagrancy. Drug needles, nip bottles, and condoms in this pristine neighborhood. If you go there and find it is clean, that's because the people who live there care. I am sympathetic to the plight of our misfortunate souls, but not at the expense of the citizens who have young children, elderly, and tax-paying Danburyans who have lived in these neighborhoods for years. The city has always rose up and found solutions. It's not going to be easy, but we can do this. A once great politician said, people see things that are and ask why. I dream of things that never were and ask why now. Excuse me. There are federal, state, public, and private grants. The shelter on Lake Avenue Extension, excuse me, needs a new home and a plan, not a foolish short answer to a very difficult problem. Forgive me. That being said, after last night's zoning meeting that had comments by individuals who seem misinformed, upon listening to input from the people who spoke in favor of the shelter, I was taken back by their comments, especially the woman from Pennsylvania who has no connection or local knowledge to comment on our fair city. Also, the gentleman who said we were hate mongers, a classical case of ignorance. Danbury has always been tolerant of different races, creeds, cultures, and people with different approaches than most cities. We have always prided ourselves. If you would excuse me for a moment, please. Danbury has always been tolerant of different races, creeds, cultures, and people with different approaches than most cities. We have always prided ourselves as a melting pot of creative identity and have always strove to make everyone feel safe and comfortable. A baseless and toothless argument. The attorney representing the Pacific House, I would bet, has not spent much time on the Lake Avenue Extension Mill Plain corridor. No one is under any sort of notion that this issue, which most cities deal with, is devoid of complex issues. I have seen firsthand and photos of the disturbing activities, such as in the Pacific House Super 8 parking lot and approximate locations. Activities such as blatant, plain sight sexual activity, drinking, drug use, and vagrancy. Not to mention a liquor store, adult entertainment shop, drug sales point in close proximity to several schools. This is common in this setting and a vastly intricate problem that comes with this endeavor. I would also like to know what kind of safety study was done for this location. A virtual drag strip is Lake Avenue Extension, Mill Plain. It does not have much in the way of sidewalks and is one lane with no passing lane. Apparently Pacific House has no problem with this. To quote from their own mouths, words such as challenged, handicapped, disabled, and various forms of addiction seem not to care much about their client's safety. I would have to think most of our homeless do not have vehicles. So just let them wander down this unsafe pedestrian road to any of the various businesses. I have witnessed several times but cannot verify their place of habitation. Individuals in the middle of the road almost get run over. I guess it will take a fatality or a serious injury to get through this ill-planned location. Not to mention a road that begins and ends with ramps to I-84. The city is an example of good planning. I believe had Wheels at the intersection of Tamarack and Haystown install sidewalks in front of the store and all the way up the road to Glen Hill. I believe the location in Stamford has vastly superior infrastructure to handle this. If anyone would research the ability of Stamford compared to Danbury, will quickly realize they are much more equipped to handle this endeavor. Their grand list is over $22 billion compared to Danbury's $4 billion. They have vastly superior pedestrian infrastructure, a better mass transit system, and a superior financial position that dwarfs Danbury. They are by far much more equipped to handle this than the location of Lake Avenue Extension. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and hope that our elected officials care enough about Danbury to realize this. All being said, with the extension of Governor Lamont's powers, which trump our local laws and ordinances, that this may be an exercise in futility in the near future. I have to ask, how many times has Governor Lamont walked from Super 8 to Stop and Shop and beyond? Maybe he should do a site walk and educate himself on the foolishness of this location. Our city government will change its tune when we call our Gold Coast and retail districts get sick and tired and move their business entities out of Danbury because the state government has not vetted this area carefully. Sincerely, Richard Antos Jr. I'm still on? Still on. Thomas Goddard, Ms. Reed, Mayor Cavo, Mayor-elect Esposito, words cannot express how angry and disappointed I am at the underhanded, behind-the-scenes machinations involved in creating of the Exit 4 mega shelter for the homeless. It is shameful. The city closed 2 successful shelters in the middle of town and are now trying to put one right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. I'm pretty confident this would never happen in the mayor's or council members' neighborhoods. We have already had one tax-paying business close after its steps became loitering hangouts with sleeping bags often in the parking lot. We, especially my wife, who has already been accosted by panhandlers, can no longer patronize our neighborhood once convenient market or liquor store. This is solely because of aggressive panhandling and intimidating groups of loitering men. The police come, but the problems return when they leave. My wife has twice been forced to brake hard to avoid clearly intoxicated men staggering against the light, controlling the intersection of Lake Avenue and Mill Ridge Road. Somebody's going to get killed. No such daily problems existing in or around our usually quiet neighborhood until this unacceptable site was opened. Do not approve this disaster in my neighborhood. The city created this mess. Do not make it and my family's problems. Do not make it me and my family's problems. We already have a nearby halfway house. Why us? Again, why? Regards, Thomas Goddard. This is a letter from Greg Davis, who on October 20th signed a candidate for City Council Ward 6. I don't know the outcome of his position. Nonetheless, he did write in a letter. I moved to Danbury almost 21 years ago because Danbury brought a great mix of diversity, small city community, and was a great place to raise my daughters. Danbury, through the years, felt as if the city was transparent, put the best interests of all of its citizens first, and kept safety at the forefront. In the past 18 months or so, it started to feel different to me, which is why I decided to run for city council in the 6th Ward. Upon entering the race 3 months ago, I started diving into local politics and events. And I've spent time the past month going door to door, speaking with over 1,000 residents in the 6th Ward alone and listened to their concerns. I've had the Super 8 brought up to me with concern by not only those living a quarter of a mile down the road, where they've had people sleeping in their yards, defecating in their bushes, and seemingly looking into homes, but also by residents all the way near downtown, also in the lake community off Kenosha, and those living near the Danbury Airport. One common theme that started to surface from over half the people I met with was the Super 8 motel turned into a mega shelter. Not only was I shocked to find out how much happened in 2020 that I didn't even hear about then, But the level it has devolved so rapidly. I listened and learned at the last public zoning meeting, was surprised at the tone of the Pacific House attorney and team, and decided to get involved. The initial surprise for me was the contradictions from Pacific House executives when asked about many of the rules. They stated they have a zero tolerance policy for drugs and alcohol. Then they said it's okay at the shelter if they're a little bit high or drunk, which shows their zero tolerance policy means very little. They followed on with serious lack of concern for the safety of local residents, local homeowners, and even children who live hundreds of feet away or even who attend the schools within the same distance. I decided to start my own due diligence and have been by the shelter and businesses many times each week. I've seen the shelter residents make outdoor camp on the side of the Gulf Station daily, and over 10 people sleeping on the grounds of the business next door during the day. I've witnessed transactions taking place behind the business, of which I can only guess what was being exchanged. I've seen residents at the Gulf Station harassing those filling up, asking for money, and seemingly targeting women and the elderly with a bit of aggressive behaviors. I no longer let my wife and her daughter go to McDonald's or get gas on Lake Avenue after seeing dangerous behaviors or intoxicated shelter residents. I've seen recent police activity from the patrol scanners posted to Facebook and overdoses and violent behavior. I went into a Danbury for Free Facebook page where former shelter residents told stories of overdoses inside the shelter, and each day it seems to get worse. I've also noticed that drug overdoses and violence are moving further and further down the road, which is typical when you have a mega shelter like this. Danbury has enough shelters currently to house our homeless. What's unfair is expecting Danbury to house the homeless of other nearby towns, including those in New York. If the nearby towns did what's required of them to support their homeless, we would have a solution that wouldn't require a mega shelter in Danbury, which is under 1,000 feet from two schools and even closer to the children living in the nearby homes. This is entirely unsafe. They do not do the required background checks of their residents, and this is destroying local businesses while putting their employees and customers at risk. Nearby homeowners are now leaving their houses as often. It says nearby homeowners are not leaving their houses as often, not letting their kids play freely on their street like they used to, and have a real safety and security issue that shouldn't be expected to deal within their community. We should help the homeless, Danbury's homeless. We shouldn't be expected to house the region's homeless. Change zoning, which was done illegally, right, with a question mark, and definitely should not choose 100 or so homeless from other area towns who aren't doing their part over the thousands of taxpayers and their children in Danbury. I support helping our community. I support helping the homeless and those in need, but I do not support this mega shelter and the politics of government Lamont working with the Pacific House to move the homeless away from Greenwich, where Lamont is from, Stanford, where they did not have shelters of this size, ironically. And I do not support locating the numbers here in Danbury that can't support the mission that Pacific House claims of working to transition the homeless to permanent housing. Sincerely, Greg Davis. I'm still on. I have another email, October 21st. Kate Dullard. Hi. I am a parent of a 7th grader currently at Westside Middle School Academy. When school went back to in-person sessions in January of 2021, I drove my son to school when it was his days to be in school. What I saw in the mornings on my way into the neighborhood of Mill Ridge was quite surprising. I saw people gathered around the back of the liquor store and porn shop, smoking out of crack pipes, right in plain sight. If I saw these things from my car to and from WMSA, then obviously children on the bus and in the parents' cars also saw it too. At the time, my son was only 11 and in 6th grade. I would continue to see things like this through the rest of the school year. God knows what he saw in the afternoons on the bus on their way home. I am active on social media and have seen many reports of overdoses, loitering, and other acts like this since the Super 8 motel was taken over as a shelter. It makes me sick to know that there are 2 schools in that vicinity, and there would even be talk of this becoming permanent. I think about the residents of Mill Ridge and other areas on that side of town, and feel sad that some parents may not even feel comfortable with their children playing outside. We need to stop this mega shelter and protect our children. Again, I've mentioned that is from Kate Dullard. So I have it's a letter, not an email, from Mary Ellen Egan, 15 Scuppel Road. Dear Chairman, as a 14-year resident of Danbury and a homeowner at Westville Commons, I wanted to share my deep concern about the conversion of the Super 8 hotel into a homeless shelter. I'm sure that most of the clients do not want or shouldn't have to be indoors all day long, but the places to gather are limited. I drive by the Mill Ridge Plaza daily to get to Lake Avenue. I consistently see small groups loitering in 3 areas by the plaza stores. The first is by the size of the Fantasy Isle store in front and behind the dumpster. The second is under the overhang by the empty Dunkin' Donuts shop, standing or laying down by the railing with their clothes hanging over it. I don't know what the new tenant would be expecting. The third is behind the strip of stores. Is an appropriate location for a shelter near an adult bookshop, near an adult shop and a liquor store? The abutting area is made up of many diverse residential neighborhoods and 2 schools for younger children. I would ask the commission to deny this proposal due to the size of the building and the number of people accommodated, even if parts of the building were to be unused. The city and the neighboring community should have been part of the plan and discussion from the very beginning. Thank you for your consideration, Mary Ellen Egan. So I have an email here. Tanesha Freeman Kerr, Kerr. I am against the city of Danbury opening the Exit 4 mega shelter. It is unsafe to have a shelter in our backyards, near our schools, and in our neighborhoods. This was supposed to be a temporary plan during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Danbury residents were blindsided by your attempt to make the shelter a permanent option. Since opening the shelter, Danbury residents have been subjected to seeing people from the shelter engaging in illicit and illegal activities, constant police and EMS presence, and people from the shelter sleeping in parking lots and on sidewalks. I am sick of seeing my neighborhood inundated with homeless people and the negative activities and behaviors of the people in the shelter. What makes you and your family more important than mine? You would not open a mega shelter in your neighborhood. You would not open a mega shelter near your children's schools. You would not allow a mega shelter to come into your backyard. Why would you allow it in mine? So let me try to explain. There's a photograph here of a police, it's just a photograph of a police car, and I can't really see much about it, but there is some comment or typed into it. You know what? It looks like a face screen from some social media thing. At 12:05 hours, Danbury police is now responding to Dunkin' Donuts on Mill Ridge Road for a reported 10 homeless people are panhandling and hanging out and peeing outside on the building and refusing to leave. Report, update, officers are now on the scene. Yeah,
Chairman,
yes.
Mr. Chairman, that
What
would
is
be this is Commissioner Malala. That would be a screenshot from the 911 Facebook group on Facebook.
Oh, thank you so much. The only thing I know about Facebook is how to spell it. I don't know much more about it. Thank you. From Keith and Antoinette Gustafson, dated November 2nd. Mr. Chairman, we wish to express our deepest concerns regarding the application of Pacific House to the Zoning Commission to permit a mega shelter located at 3 Lake Avenue extension via a zoning ordinance change. This temporary shelter has already proven to be a detriment to the area. We urge the commission to consider the safety and welfare of the children that go to school and the families that reside next to this proposed facility, let alone a request for more than an 800% increase to the bed count per facility that our existing regulations allow. We're strongly opposed to this application. Respectfully, Keith and Antoinette Gustafson. Elizabeth Magnotta, Magnotta, November 3rd. Good afternoon, Ms. Reed. I hope this email finds you well. I'm writing in regards to the mega shelter at Exit 2. My daughter attends West Side Middle School Academy, and each morning when we are driving to school, we see people sleeping outside by where the old Dunkin' Donuts was, groups of people doing who knows what. And the other morning, we saw someone urinating outside. This is completely unacceptable, as there are young children going to elementary school and middle school right around the corner. It is not safe for our children, and this needs to be stopped. I do not want my child seeing inappropriate things, nor should she be seeing this on her way to school, as should any child. It is ruining the area, the community, and the safety of our children. With this mega shelter comes drugs, alcohol, inappropriate behavior, and it is not good for the community, and it is not safe. Something needs to be done immediately. I thank you for taking the time to read this letter and would appreciate a response. Best regards, Ellen Magnotta. This is a letter from Matthew Orr, 21 Jefferson Avenue, October 20th. Dear Commissioners, my name is Matthew Orr. I'm a resident of Danbury, and I worked for about 1 year at the shelter at the Super 8 Hotel from May 20th to April 21st, having volunteered in the past at Dorothy Day Shelters. Although I do not agree with all the criticisms offered for the location of the current shelter, and although I believe that Pacific House is doing a good job, in the final analysis, I think that job is a flawed idea in the first place, and therefore I think the board should reject the proposed zoning changes. The problem I have was stated by Mr. Nolan, that the Super 8 shelter, like the older city shelter, receives federal money and therefore is prevented from choosing our local or regional homeless over out-of-state cases. I fear it will be a permanent pipeline of homeless people from outside our area receiving vouchers to relocate around Danbury at a time when our residents are concerned about overdevelopment. It is true that this was already a problem with this old city shelter, but the fact that the new shelter combines our several old ones means it will have a bigger reputation outside of our area and may become a bigger draw. It would take careful reading of the rules to see whether the classification of some of the rooms as transitional housing rather than shelter beds will, in practical terms, make this any different from one large shelter. I appreciate the work of our zoning board members in thinking through this difficult problems like this. I believe that with current rules, this large shelter as a solution will be like trying to bail out a fast leaking boat. It will refill fast as it can house people. Thank you for your time. Matthew Orr. This is a chain, and I think it started with Councilman Rotello, who got an email from someone that named Ernie, that didn't know how to email it into the city hall. And Ernie had asked if, looks like Mr. Rotello can submit it. And it looks like he did. So I'm going to say, based on our conversation on Sunday, I decided not to attend the meeting because I think the posturing is going to be nonsense and will only frustrate me more. I have some ideas that may or may not be of help. I ask that point 1 and 2 be presented together for the sake of being candid and sincere with our efforts. Number 1, now is a bad time. It seems perfectly reasonable to request a 1-year extension on making a decision of making this a permanent plan. We would ask for this with the understanding that we may ask for more 6-12-month extensions based solely on the closure of our existing barrack-style shelter due to the COVID emergency. Other concerns that could be addressed in a 1-year period, get actual real-world data of what works and what does not work in this setup. Number 2, during COVID and life after COVID is an unknown at this point from state to city finances. There's also a fair chance that legislation could change compliance for future outbreaks. Number 3, serious proposals and budgets can be considered for alternatives. Number 2, preventing kicking the decision down the road. Whomever is handling the conversion with Ward 6 in the state should be very clear that when the old shelter reopens, the current period would expire and there would be no more extensions on this decision for practicality. It could be stipulated that no less than 45 days are allowed before the vote. Number 3, no alternatives found. Given this time to investigate alternatives, if nothing comes to fruition before this time expires, I strongly suggest that we add an automatic pass condition if those opposed don't put an effort into handling the situation in a more intelligent manner by way of providing at least one viable alternative, then it is reasonable to accept the existing plan. 4, conditions required by the state of Connecticut. We should have a clear understanding of what conditions are provided on this property, limitations associated with it, being unable to see any problems at this time. Any earmarks or limitations the state is requiring the city of Danbury should be actively pursued for dismissal. We should be tying our own hands as with a gift. Before passing this extension, we should get a firm understanding of expectations by the state of what and how our existing properties will be handled. We should get this in writing. Excuse me. Number 5, conditions required. He's doing this in Roman numerals. I'm not good with Roman numerals, so I'm glad it ends at 5. I recommend that the city of Danbury actively and publicly pursue the current and subsequent state administration on putting together a task force and having a clear direction on the topic of homelessness, underemployment. Pursuing underemployment is a straw man, and a mental health coverage within the state. The city of Danbury should have a volunteer or unpaid elected department on the same. The department should, however, be funded by the state under the auspice of this agreement to allow for concise year-over-year metrics on the quality of life in our city. This budget would decrease over time as a budget for actual implementation and services to grow and meet our needs. Exit 4, from the Marin Hotel to Merrimack Street, we have some of the highest traffic volume on Route 2026. Walking from Stop and Shop towards Lake Avenue, the sidewalks are not consistently available and is in some places just unsafe. This section of road has 2 serious bottlenecks on Lake Avenue extension under 84. It also has several oversized lane, unofficial free-for-all zones, like the area between the 2 Ethan Allen entrances and the area between Seeger Street and Concord Road. This is a state road. Any tweaks are not going to help with congestion. This would be a very good opportunity to get a commitment from the state to come up with studies, proposals from industry experts, and allow Danbury to decide on the final plan and have the state agree to make the changes. An improved flow through this area could be a win for all of us, Ward 6. Discussion could be open with the property owners from Shell, probably meaning Shell, over to the Dunkin' Donuts for a local road that would allow for better inflow and outflow of customers. Safe sidewalks, coordinated traffic lights, and crosswalks and light timers would be a huge improvement for safety. Other ideas such as limiting left turns and providing loopback circles near Ethan Allen and the business areas of Lake Avenue after the exit may significantly more traffic can pass with less issue. It's definitely worth getting a firm, educated proposal that could be a long-term goal, if not immediately implemented. Everyone has an opinion. Some people have suggestions. You're welcome to use what I have provided if you see any merit in it. Oh, we have a last name. Ernie is Ernie Parker. Ernie Parker. October 20th. From Timothy Shortall, 6 Edgewood Street. Dear Chairman Adder, residents of Danbury, past 17 years, I'm writing to oppose a petition to amend sections 2B, 5B, 2B19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulation to add a transitional shelter for homeless shelter as special exception use of C80 zone. The reason why I'm opposing the shelter is that there are young children in nearby neighborhoods, including my son, and also schools in the local area of the proposed shelter. It will affect the property values of the surrounding neighborhoods. Danbury's own lengthy history with shelters demonstrates that they bring drug activity, violent crime, prostitution, and other dangers to the area. Please read my opposition into the public record during a zoning commission hearing. Sincerely, Tony Shortall. This is from the Westville Commons Homeowner Association. Thank you very much for the large letters. If I could have gotten every letter like this with my eyes, it would have been a pleasure. October 6, 2021, we, the Board of Directors for Westville Common Homeowner Association located in Danbury, hereby join our support and opposition to the proposed homeless shelter on Lake Avenue in the city of Danbury at or near exit 4 off of I-84. This opposition is based on the compromised safety of the children and adults in and around the community at large, amongst other detrimental activities of the potential habitats and residents. We hereby voice a strong and definite no for any such homeless shelter consideration. This is the Board of Directors from Westville Commons Homeowner Association. So now I have form letters And I'm going to do this. I have two different types of form letters. I have a form letter that I'm going to read once, and I'm just going to read the names of the people that signed this particular form letter. This has the date on it, October 20th. And it says, Dear Chairman Haddad, name, address, phone number. Oppose the petition to amend section 2B, 5B, 2B, 19, and 5B, 5G of the zoning regulations, which will add transitional shelter for the homeless as a special exception use to C80 zone. Please read my opposition letter into the public record during the September 28th, 2021 Zoning Commission public hearing. Robert Arconti, Carol Arconti, Shannon Berkey, Gary Capozzello, Robert Coons, and as always, everyone, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your name, Michael Donegan, Anna Filomeno, who has a note at the bottom saying, I live in the neighborhood of the housing project and have seen the people living on stairs and walking the streets improperly dressed. Elizabeth Gudera, Shannon Hawley, 10 Scupper Road says, please feel free to drive by my area any time of the day. This is a family area and school zone. Sarah Girazzo, Andrew Jesser, Andrew Jesse. It might be the same person twice. Ryle, nope, one was junior. Ryle Litwin, Alex McCarley, Monica McCarley, Jaro Nunez, Ramon Nunez, Matthew Orr, Orwin Quaiti, Ryan Rossler, Lauren Venturini. So I'm going to put that over here, and I'm going to read this. This is a different form letter than that, but these are all common of each other. Dear Chairman Haddad, name and address. I am a resident of the Mill Ridge Housing Development. These are my feelings about the temporary Super 8 mega homeless shelter becoming permanent. Number one, we were notified about the change by the City of Danbury Housing Authority. No. We support the permanent use of the Super 8 as a homeless shelter. No. We have witnessed an increase in crime, panhandling, drugs, prostitution since the homeless shelter opened. Yes. We parents are more afraid for the safety of our children now. Yes. The mega shelter is too close to two schools. Yes. Some of my neighbors are in fear to speak out against the mega shelter. Yes. Please read my opinions into the public record during the next zoning commission hearing. This was signed by Anna Sanchez, Andrezi Medina, Awalda Lopez, Carolina Gonzalez, Clanisol Romoso, Delilah Rogers, Essie Anderson, Holly Kramer, Katerina Espinoza, Khaleesi Vasquez, Marina Arsenera, Nancy Terry, and Nomar Areto. So I want to read you this. I have the same exact letter from Marina Marina. And for the record, she had scratched off one answer and corrected it under the question, have witnessed an increase in crime, panhandling, drugs. And she answered that yes, along with the others. And those are the only changes or alterations.
Chairman?
Yes.
I think you should also note that for Melina Uranus, for the question number 2, support the permanent use of Super 8 as a homeless shelter, she checked yes.
Oops, hold on. Was notified by the City Housing Authority. She checked off yes. That is correct. That's the other note that I made. Thank you for the pickup on that. Good eyes, good eyes. So now the last letters that I have here, we got permission from Diana Clark. She read her own letter in at the last hearing. All right. And also, we have a letter from Bianca D., who spoke and said that she read her letter in and it was sufficient to not read her letter again. So that is what I have on the opposition letters. And let me just state one more piece of information. We have to date 741 pages of exhibits, letters, and testimony. That does not include anything that may come in tonight from Attorney Hollister or any of the people speaking that may bring exhibits, and also does not include that referenced petition. So as I mentioned before, between the letters that I read and the people wishing to speak, I'm going to call on Corporation Counsel to discuss Exhibit 21. And Exhibit 21 refers to what the petitioner on a November 15th submission to us, page 1, paragraph 1, says additional minor revision clarification to proposed zoning regulation amendments at tab 2. The applicant has proposed a minor revision and clarifications of the regulation amendment. First, to eliminate the 2 potential properties other than 3 Lake Avenue Extension from operating as a transitional shelter for the homeless. We've added the words, in quotes, from exit 4, end quote, from Interstate 84 to the location criteria for a transitional shelter. This eliminates the state-owned property adjacent to exit 2, and it eliminates the Crown Plaza. As before, and as seconded by the Danbury Corporation Council, the regulation is not spot zoning. Also, it is procedurally permissible to propose a minor amendment to the text at this stage. Because it is a minor clarification, it further limits italicized, the property potentially subject to the regulation. It does not extend the regulation to any new property. The public hearing is still open, and the clarification is in direct response to the Commission's questions and concerns about other properties being subject to the regulation. The second clarification is a new proposed subsection 15, which requires that any application for a special exception and site plan to establish a transitional shelter be accompanied by a facility and building security and safety plan, and the Planning Commission is specifically empowered to impose conditions of approval to ensure security and safety. That is a lengthy paragraph, paragraph 15, that was also part of his November 15th letter. Attorney Casagrande.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I see you. There you go. I'm going to call upon you now so you can talk to the commission and tell us your thoughts on this.
Thank you. Members of the commission, as the chair just stated, part of the submission that you got yesterday from Attorney Hollister included 2 new proposed amendments to the original text amendment application. The first would limit the number of parcels that would be affected by the text amendment to those that abut the exit 4 ramp. The original proposal was that it would affect parcels abutting an Interstate 84 ramp. So this is intended to reduce the number of parcels to 1. The second amendment, proposed amendment, it would require the submission of a security plan to the Planning Commission as part of a special exception application, and that would include a what is styled as a neighborhood watch program, which the Planning Commission could impose as a condition of the special exception approval. The issue before you is whether the commission, in your discretion, because you do have discretion at this point, should you entertain these amendments at this point in the hearing. And the reason why this is important is because the amendments were filed after the notice of the public hearing on the original application. And obviously, the original application did not reference these amendments, and that implicates potential due process concerns. In other words, would someone looking at the original notice of the public hearing, if they knew that these amendments were going to be a part of it, would that be significant to them? The case law on this issue about when it is appropriate for a commission to entertain and approve amendments to an application after the public hearing is closed, there's not much appellate authority on this one way or the other. Judge Fuller, in his treatise on land use, he summarizes the issue as follows. Where there is a change in the proposal stated in the legal notice, which is true, that this is a change in the proposal that was referenced in the legal notice of the hearing, the question becomes how significant the change is, and whether someone reading the original notice would be misled by it. Minor changes in the plan, even some change in the land included in it, would not usually require a revised legal notice. And I stress the word usually. The applicant has argued, as you can see from its submission, that these are simply minor amendments and therefore don't really affect due process rights of anyone here tonight. However, I suspect that Attorney Marcus and some of the other opponents would take a contrary view. For example, the proposed reduction of the lots from 3 to 1 in the first suggested change arguably gives credence and support to the argument of the opponents that this is spot zoning. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm just saying that they would argue, assuming that you accepted the amendments and you voted to approve the text amendment with these amendments, and there were an appeal by the opponents may well argue that this is not a minor change. It's a significant change because it increases the support, if you will, for the argument of spot zoning. How would a court rule on this? The answer is, I don't know. And there's just no case that we found, and we've spent a fair amount of time researching this issue. There's no case that we have found that's specifically on point on whether this kind of thing would be viewed by a court as significant or not. It raises the bigger issue, however. Why do you want to create an appellate issue on this point at this stage of the proceeding? In this case, this is not a usual application, as I indicated. You've had, by the time we finish tonight, you'll have probably 20 hours of hearing. As the chairman just indicated, there are now 741 exhibits in this record. I've been representing the Zoning Commission and Land Use Commissions in Danbury for 30 years. And in my experience, this is the most controversial land use application I have seen in my tenure representing you. The problem is that if you were to accept these amendments and then vote to approve the application for the text amendment change, and the opponents appealed, and the court ruled in favor of the opponents, what that would mean is the court would essentially nullify the entire hearing proceeding and would remand to the commission for essentially redoing the entire process all over again. I can't think of a more substantial waste of time and resources that this would impose for the commission, the applicant, the opponents, and the public. In this office's opinion, and again, all we can do is give you our opinion. It's the commission's decision on how it wants to proceed. You may reasonably conclude that the far more prudent course in this unique situation is to not entertain the amendments. And again, you have the discretion to simply say, we're not going to entertain the amendments. in that way, and what does that mean as a practical matter? If you deny the application, the issue of whether the amendments should or shouldn't have been adopted is moot. The application is denied. Let's assume for the moment, though, that you adopt the text amendment without the amendments. At that point, at some point after the text amendment is adopted, the applicant itself could apply at that point to amend the text amendment to include these two new changes, and you wouldn't have these due process issues. It would simply be an amendment to the text amendment as approved. It would be noticed as a public hearing. It would not implicate any due process issues. And as to the proposed security plan, the second portion of the proposed amendment, the reality is that you may well determine that amendment is simply superfluous, because the Planning Commission, if this text amendment were adopted and a special exception application were filed, the Planning Commission would have the inherent authority to impose that kind of a condition if it deemed it appropriate as to a security plan. I won't comment on the merits of it. I'm sure Sharon Calitro would have some comments on the merits of the language proposed, especially this notion of a neighborhood watch program. I'm not sure how that would be enforceable. But the point is that the applicant, again, if the text amendment is adopted, the Planning Commission has the inherent authority to impose that kind of commission. So you may reasonably conclude there's no real purpose to the proposed amendment that would require the applicant to submit a security plan. Again, the Planning Commission has that inherent authority. So therefore, in the opinion of this office, you may reasonably conclude as a commission not to entertain the amendments as being submitted too late in the hearing, and because they would raise potential appellate issues that, if successful in an appeal from your adoption of the text amendment, would require a complete rehearing of this application. And the reason we thought that would be appropriate to bring this up at this juncture before the hearing proceeds is because if you decide as a commission that you're not going to entertain the amendments, then there would be no need for public comment or input as the hearing goes on. So it's a way to expedite the hearing by focusing on it at this point. Lastly, let me just say this. At the last hearing, Attorney Marcus explicitly accused the Office of the Corporation Counsel of steering this application in favor of adopting it. You know me, you know Robin Edwards, you know Les Pinter, you know the Corporation Counsel's office, you know that charge is completely unwarranted. And it's disappointing, but frankly not surprising, coming from Brother Marcus. The point I want to make to you is that this office will defend your decision vigorously, whether you deny the amendment or whether you approve it. So I do not want any of these comments that I'm giving you here about trying to avoid a potential appellate issue to be seen as in any way commenting on the merits of the application. That's not our job. That's not our bailiwick. That's your decision. But my point is we will vigorously defend whatever decision you come up with. But we do believe that because of the lateness of these proposed amendments, we're so far into the hearing process that it would be a reasonable decision for you to decline to entertain these amendments and thereby eliminate a potential appellate issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Casagranti. So that leads me to, thank you very much. That leads me to ask you this. Is this issue for us to address now? Is this issue for us to address at this point of where we're at to talk to have this conversation with the commission at this moment? Or is this a time where we continue to go on and we make that decision when it comes time for a motion or discussion on making a motion to approve or to deny? It sounds like you want to get this out of the way now.
It's your call. You can decide to address it now, or you can wait till the end. But again, the advantage of addressing it now is if you decide you're not going to entertain the amendment, it has the advantage of streamlining the remainder of the hearing because you won't have to entertain any more comment on amendments that you've already decided you're not going to consider. But it's your call.
Okay. Well, I'd like to talk to the commission. I would like to resolve this issue now, and I have some concerns. So I'd like to just see if there's any commission members, and I'm going to call on, I saw a hand here, Mr. Melillo, and then commission members, I'm going to be asking when Mr. Melillo's done to get some input if any of you have. So let's talk about this so we can know what our direction is going forward, and also to let those in favor and those opposed know where we're headed with this. Mr. Melillo, please.
Order, Mr. Chairman, point of order, Paul.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, do it.
Mr. Rotella is not a member of the zoning commission.
Thank you, Councilman. Not now. Go ahead, Mr. Melillo.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I would like to first off preface this by saying, while I do not like to discuss, I would usually caution anybody from discussing the merits of any petition during an open public hearing. I would like to comment not in regards to the merits of the petition, but from a procedural standpoint, in regarding what Mr. Casagrande was just referring to. It has been the history of this commission to disregard much less substantive revisions to petitions than this one is, and I would tend to believe that this would be a relatively major change to the petition, which could have swayed public comment one way or the other, but also may have caused a little bit more research for Corporation Counsel and their opinion to us in regard to the petition. And so therefore, from a purely procedural standpoint, I would prefer to move forward with the petition that is on record and not see us make any changes to the petition mid-process, as we have historically refused to do so many times in the past 20 years or 15 years I've been on the commission, and I know even prior to that.
Thank you, Mr. Melillo. Yeah, this is very interesting. Mr. Melillo is calling it as he's classifying this as a substantial change, and we do have a little bit of latitude, but nothing on anything that's of substantial nature. I look at this as I would like to revert to the original petition and to not entertain these changes. And the reason is I don't know. And when I say I don't know, it means I don't know what somebody else would have said. I don't know what any speaker would have said. I don't know what kind of exhibits would have come in. I don't know anything about what would have happened if this was done in the beginning. And those people have spoken, and we asked Corporation Counsel way back in the beginning, give us your report. We got a report from Corporation Counsel. However, Corporation Counsel says, one commission member pointed out the first hearing that text amendment would permit a transitional shelter on only the subject property and 2 other properties in the CA80 zone. Well, if we entertain this we don't even have a report from Corporation Counsel, because it addressed the 3 parcels. So there's a lot of stuff going on here, but I agree with Mr. Melillo. And historically, this commission has never done anything like this before. And any other commission members? Any other commission members have any comments? Mr. Mazzi, please.
Yeah, I was just commenting the same as Rob. You know, at this point, I don't think we should accept any kind of changes to it.
Thank you very much. Who else is out there, commission members? Now, there's a few of you I don't see on page 1. So you can unmute your mic if any commission member wants to speak. All right, so I don't see any hands and I don't see any others. Mr. Armida, is that you waving your hand?
Yes, it is.
Oh, thank you very much. Go ahead, please.
I tend to agree with the commissioners, Melillo and Massey. I don't think it's appropriate to bring these at this time, and we should just stick to the original, the original proposal.
Thank you very much. Any other commission members? It sounds like, Attorney Casagrande, how do you want to get a consensus of this? Do you want, I'm certainly not going to look for are you a roll call from the commission members on what they want to do here? Is that what is being suggested?
It's up to you, Mr. Chairman, but I think the tenor of the comments is you have a consensus.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, since I haven't heard anything else to the contrary, and since I've heard enough commission members speaking of the same desire, so I'm gonna make the decision here that we're just gonna revert back to the original petition, and these two suggested amendments to the existing petition be not taken into consideration. Okay. So I guess from that we
point
get
of clarification though, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Melillo.
Even though we're not really taking them into consideration, or that's what's being commented by consensus, they actually still are part of the record, correct?
Well,
and will remain part of the record.
Yeah, I guess, Mr. Casagrande, Attorney Casagrande.
It's in the record. Yeah.
It can't be erased. It's there.
No, the exhibit's in the record. The submission is in the record. Your consensus vote simply reflects the determination that you're not going to take it up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But that means it's the
Attorney Fay, please.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, that it's in the record, but it's not to be considered by the commission members in making our decision.
That's correct.
If I would may, Mr. Haddad, we could. It is part of the record. We do have record that the petitioner was offering some changes to it, and that could be taken into consideration in regards to evidence presented that he was willing to maybe make some changes to it. However, we at this point in time are indicating that we would not be looking to make an amendment to the petition to adopt those changes that he would be recommending this evening. I think that's kind of what we're doing this evening. Is that correct, Mr. Casagrande?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Should we give the applicant the opportunity to decide whether they want to withdraw this petition and resubmit it?
The applicant will have a chance to talk. Attorney Edwards, your mic's off. I'm sorry. I thought you were going to speak. We can't
hear her.
Can't hear her. Attorney Edwards, we can't hear you. No. No, you unmuted and muted, but we still can't hear you. It looks like she has a laptop. She's going to bring it to another.
I'm going to try to move.
Yeah, we got you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I just wanted to add or just to clarify at this point, there was a very early amendment to the petition early on in the process. And Ms. Calitro can go into the text of that if we need to. I think when you say we want to revert back to the original petition, I just wanted to note that I think that should also include that original amendment that was made early on in the process.
Yes, good point. Attorney, Ms. Calitro, what was the first amendment they made? Do you recall?
It was in response to a comment in the staff report relative to one use on the property to ensure that.
That's right.
So they added some language on their submission earlier on. I think it was. Yes. In a previous additional information from the applicant. So
I believe
so when you talk.
It was of proposed addition of subsection 14. It's tab 8 of the November 2nd. Tab 8 of November 2nd, which makes it a single use, a transitional shelter for the homeless. Correct. Shall be the sole principal use of qualifying property and shall not be combined with or operated simultaneously with any other permitted or special exception use. So yes, Attorney Edwards, I just lost you on my screen. There you go. Attorney Edwards, you are correct. We are basing the petition from this point forward, the petition was submitted with the addition of tab 8, but not the 2 tonight. Commission members?
For the record, Mr. Chairman, that was also recommended by the Planning Commission, was included in the report that was noted publicly on our initial meeting. And still, even if we wanted to make that change, would have to be part of the motion, the final motion offered after the public hearing is closed, when the zoning commission would need to take action.
Exactly. But we're all on the right track at this point forward. Thank you, Attorney Edwards.
Thank you.
This is Tim Hollister. I just want you to know I'm on the call now. And thank you.
Welcome. We had your other gentleman was keeping the seat for you. Okay, Attorney Casagrande, we're all wrapped up on this.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Commission members as well. Let us now go.
Haddad,
yes.
Before we proceed, just out of curiosity, did Mr. Hollister want to address Commissioner Fay's comment or question, or do we want to just move forward?
I'm
happy to comment.
Saving time.
Attorney Fay's question is well taken, but I will say I am satisfied with the discussion. I don't think it needs to be withdrawn, but I understand what you're doing and why. Please understand my motive was to give you an alternative. You chose not to take it. That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Hollister.
Mr. Haddad, for a point of personal privilege, just before we begin the opposition.
Yes.
I would like to renew my concern that I had stated at the public hearing last week in regards to public testimony, which we are going to be receiving this evening, that I would hope that everybody is respectful and does not entertain any attacks or any defamatory language or comments about any city staff or public official, and they would show that respect for the remainder of this evening, as was done at the last public hearing.
Thank you. I did mention be kind to each other. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Malillo. Okay, so let us begin with those wishing to speak in opposition to this petition. And I hear a voice. I hear someone. It looks like Councilman Rotella wishing to speak in opposition to this petition.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To begin with, I just want to circle back to my original point of order, which had to do with the fact that the amendments are on the record and should be available for public comment, regardless of the position that the commission takes, whether it wants to include them in the hearing now, later, or whatever. I say that for a couple of reasons, but the primary reason is it speaks to the intent of the petitioner. I'm not Kreskin. I can't read the petitioner's mind, but there has been some evidence introduced in the last couple of weeks that this might indeed be a spot zoning request, which would be under Connecticut statute illegal. And if the petitioner is willing to reduce the scope of the effect that this particular petition would have on the city of Danbury, in other words, as we reduce or shrink the areas affected from 3 particular parcels, which is really small to begin with, to 1, it strains credulity that this is not spot zoning. And why is that important, regardless of whether it actually is or not? It's important because it's pretty clear that the petitioner is here tonight to rezone an area because he has a building in that area whose use that he or she or they want to proceed with is not allowed in that particular area. I think, and I don't want to repeat what has been discussed in the past 6 weeks, but really, again, tonight you're faced with 2 decisions. Are the existing zones in Danbury complete enough to accommodate Danbury's homeless population? And we've heard testimony that the Danbury's homeless population is of a size that could be accommodated by the existing zones, regardless. And we need to step away from this present or post-COVID environment that we find ourselves in, because at some point, eventually, we will be out of that position. It may be that at the moment, under the governor's emergency declarations, the often continued emergency declarations, that we cannot at the moment have congregate housing in Danbury. And our shelters are essentially congregate housing, whether they're on Spring Street, the First Church, or somewhere else. It doesn't necessarily follow that that's the only possible housing that we can have in the two existing zones that we have in the city of Danbury. So the petitioner really needs to make the argument, which I haven't heard yet, and perhaps tonight the petitioner will make that argument, that those existing zones are not appropriate for the city of Danbury. I think that they are, but the petitioner is going to have to make that argument. You're going to have to settle that argument. And then following that, he has to make, or she has to make the argument that his petition is the remedy for that issue. That's the legislative process that we have to go through to settle this in the fashion that the zoning commission has been charged with. Anything else really is a reaction to a business that wants to be accommodated in an area that it can't be accommodated in. And that's not really a great basis for making this kind of a legislative decision, especially one, as Attorney Casagrande pointed out, and I think I pointed this out last week or the week before, one of the last meeting was, that this is probably, I think it's demonstrably the most controversial matter that this particular commission has ever had to decide. In terms of litigation and defensibility, obviously you want to make a decision that is defensible in court, that you guys can defend, that Attorney Casagrande and Robin Edwards can defend, and anything that reduces the friction for that is a good thing, regardless of which side you finally wind up coming down on, whether you approve this or whether you deny it. There will probably be at least an attempt or a threat of litigation, and I don't mean like a threat, like somebody gets mad and they're stamping their foot and they're threatening to sue. It's in the air. I think it would not be. I would not be surprised if this winds up getting litigated. It's true that a petitioner is not entitled to a zone change. They may be entitled to petition the zoning commission, but they're not entitled to a zone change. My personal opinion is that the petitioner, should the petition be denied, probably has a weaker case than the opponents, because a change, after all, is a change in status quo. And I think that the onus would be on the zoning commission to prove that changing the status quo is defensible. And it's probably a little bit harder to do than simply going with the status quo. In terms of my particular position, in the people on the council, we have to fund this. We have to write the checks, regardless of whether the money comes from operating funds or the I'm talking about litigation here, or litigation becomes so expensive, we have to find extra funds for that. And for the 6th Ward and 7th Ward, this particular parcel is actually in the 7th Ward, although the 6th Ward keeps coming up. But it puts the 6th and 7th Ward council people in a very peculiar position where they would have to essentially approve funds to fight their own constituents. That puts me in a very particular, a very uncomfortable position. I'm not in favor of the process that we're going through to solve this problem, and that this is by no means, there is no implied criticism of the zoning commission. You guys are doing exactly what you're supposed to do. I just don't think that using the zoning commission to solve this very political problem is the best use of our resources. So I'm not in favor of this, and I've stated on the record, and I won't.
Councilman Rotella, you hit your mic. There you go.
Did I really? No kidding. I didn't even, can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, how long was I out?
No, we got you. We just missed like 3 or 4 words.
Okay. I'm going to wrap this up anyway, but the issue here is I think there's a better way to solve this. I'm not going to get into this tonight. I am on record as saying that I felt that this should not have been brought to your commission in the first place, and I do think that the petitioner should withdraw. Operating under the already mentioned emergency declaration gives the petitioner another December, January, February, another 90 days at the very least to operate unmolested by the city. My guess is, I think there may be some some state officials here this evening, and they can jump in. But my guess is that the emergency declaration in February will probably be continued for another 90 days. Today's the COVID's not going away anytime soon. We're over 4% positivity rate in Connecticut right now. I don't think the winter is going to be any better for that than we're at now. So my guess is, and it's an educated guess, I hope, that the emergency declaration, just to be on the safe side, will be continued. And underneath that umbrella, this particular shelter will be allowed to operate. I don't see the urgency in getting this done right now. I think the petitioner should withdraw this. However, if you decide that the petitioner does not withdraw it and you decide to go through with this, I have a pretty good idea that regardless of what your decision is, there will be litigation. And just circling back to what Attorney Casagrande has said, and this is also reflecting conversations I've had with Corporation Counsel, with the deputy, that anything you guys can do that reduces the potential undefensibility of this decision, it will be of critical importance going forward. Not only for the feelings of fairness among the petitioners and the opponents, but also how this is going to work mechanically through a greater part of the city, like the city council and the administration. I'd be happy to answer any questions about that if you're interested. If not, I'm all through. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Commission members, any questions of Councilman Rotello at this time? Thank you, Councilman Rotello. So I see Benjamin Dodo, I see Robert Bennett, Robert Steinberg, and Jeff Berlant. Let's begin in that order. So Mr. Dodo, would you like to go? Nope, unmute, Mr. Dodo.
Thank you, Chairman Haddad.
Here you go. You're good.
Okay. For the record, Benjamin Dodo, 17 Ridge Road in Danbury. I spoke earlier at the 9/28 meeting, so I'm just going to try to touch on some things that have come up in the meantime. I'm not going to try and repeat myself. And Chairman Haddad, just to be clear, those two amendments are off the table, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, they're part of the record, but we're not taking it as into consideration.
Okay, so I don't have to comment on that. Okay,
no.
Great.
No, hold on. Anybody's free to comment on whatever they want, but you make that decision. But
okay, thank you. Well, first, as I mentioned before, this commission has seen me before, and I thank all of you, Chairman Haddad, Zoning Commission, and including the alternates, for sitting here and listening to what has been a pretty amazing public hearing, the most unusual one I've ever been involved in personally, and just thank you for your patience during this time. Many of the people listening, this is their first time participating in a land use process, and it's been helpful to them, your patience. So thank you. I also want to thank Ben Chianese, Paul Rotello, Ellen Van Dyke, and Greg Davis. They were all city council candidates who listened to us and spoke out against this project during an election year, and that took some courage. Sharon and Joanne, thank you as well. I know you guys must have been inundated during this process, but most importantly, all the neighbors in the 4 and 5 surrounding neighborhoods to this project. No one's ever seen anything like this in this city, at least I haven't. So before I start, Chairman Haddad, at the end of last meeting, it was questioned, some last minute information from the police. Chief Riddenhauer came in. I know it was a case incident report for 3 Lake Avenue extension.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. I do have that in my hand. It was just recently posted online. I think it's important that you guys look at that. I'm not going to read it on here, but I mean, just looking at it briefly, medical overdose, larceny, threatening harassment, crisis intervention, domestic disturbance, medical assist, medical overdose, disturbance. It's pretty significant. And the other question is, did Chief Riddenhauer supply you with the other items you requested, case incident reports for 1 Lake Avenue extension, 2 Lake Avenue extension. Those are the Gulf Station and McDonald's. Did he give those to you yet?
No, everything that he's given us is already as an exhibit. I think it may have been Mrs. Dodo that I had a conversation with where there was 3 paragraphs that was a response as opposed to giving the police reports. I think that's what you're talking about. Or was
Yes.
it 1? Yeah, something like that.
Okay, but I just want to go on the record. Chief Riddenhauer did not give you what you asked for, the case incident reports for the Gulf Station, for McDonald's, and I'm not sure if you asked for 2 Mill Ridge, which is Mr. Batista's plaza. That's where we've seen most of the problems here. That's it. He gave a little 2 or 3 sentence summary, but he didn't give you what you asked him for on 9/30. And I know you had said you could receive it up to the last minute, so I was wondering if you possibly had that.
So hold on, back up for 1 second. I had asked 1, 2, and 3 Lake Avenue. That's what I had asked for.
Yes.
And I think specifically, and then there was also some streets, Mill Ridge Road, Midfield Road, School Ridge Road, and High Ridge Road. And I think we got some reports on some, and others were just paragraph summaries. Is that that's what you're asking?
Yes, but
yeah.
I just want to go on the record. You do not have the case reports for the Gulf Station, for McDonald's, and for the Mr. Batista's plaza.
Thank you.
Okay, that's it. So anyway, at the last hearing on 11/9, a lot of the opposition speakers, they spoke of us with just a tone of disdain. They criticized us for taking photographs. And I just want to respond to that because it was a little upsetting for some of us on our side to be spoken to with that tone. We were here, we were patient for a year. We saw what we saw with our own eyes. A lot of our complaints went unanswered. The sirens that we heard, we were told we weren't hearing them. So our natural response was to go out and take photographs of what you're seeing and share them. And that's what we did. And mostly what we photographed, and I'm not going to share any more photographs. I think everyone's seen enough of these images over time. Most of them were crimes: trespassing, drug sales, loitering, feces on the ground, panhandling, prostitution, all proof of what we saw. And that's why the residents took these photos. Even Mr. Batista was criticized and blamed for his management skills at the plaza related to this. And I just want to go on the record in saying that was, I don't know, I felt that was a little inappropriate. All we did was speak up at the ZBA last meeting last May when we felt this was trying to get pushed through. Fortunately, we spoke up in time as a neighborhood, and the applicant withdrew, and they came in front of you, which is what they should have done, instead of trying to get a use variance. So just a response to a couple things. The applicant's 11/2/21, there was some criticism comments as to why was this property purchased without approvals. I think that's a question that keeps getting asked. The applicant did give a response dated 11/2, and they gave 4 reasons. And I'm going to just quickly go over the reasons because I don't necessarily agree with all of them. The first one was sort of valid. They said it was due to COVID and the temporary use of the shelter, and that's fine. We understand that, but that's not a reason to buy a place when you're using it temporarily. The second item was they couldn't wait for approvals, and that's just false. This whole process started last August of 2020 during the city council meeting when they made motion to get this funding. The approval process could have started in September, and it would have been done by early this year, well in advance of the time they needed to close on the property. So again, that's not an accurate answer. The third reason was confidentiality. For example, one hotel selling to another hotel, you don't want to give up, the fact to your customers that you may be selling, but this wasn't confidential. The Danbury News Times was talking about this. City Council public hearings were talking about this. and WLAD had it all over the radio when this happened. So it wasn't this great secret that this was considering being sold. And then they said they were confident that it would be approved. I'm not sure who told them that. We wouldn't be here right now. But again, if they were so confident, why did they wait so long to close and buy? And the bottom line is they purchased a property for 172 bed combined homeless and transitional shelter in a zone where they're not permitted. This was a total mistake. $4.5 million were spent. This would have never gotten through a bank due diligence, a private lender due diligence. Pacific House probably would have never spent their own money if they had to without approvals. My opinion, they bought it because it was free. And it really wasn't free. It was our money that we paid for it. And they closed. So the state, in giving them this money, they're either misinformed or misled. We'll never know the truth as to what happened. But as a result, the applicant is now demanding that your commission spot zone this property to fix their error. They're putting you in a terrible position. I said this from day one, and it's not your job to fix this. And that's it with respect to that. The applicant has also complained about the term mega shelter and the size. They discussed that at the last meeting. And I can tell you, this is a ragtag group of neighbors. It was definitely not focus group or marketed this name. It is simply one of many adjectives that were used to discuss this property. Large, giant, enormous, outrageous. These are all things that we heard, and it was the one that stuck. It's kind of like a nickname. If it's appropriate, it stays. This does feel like a super Walmart of homeless shelters, and that's probably why it stayed. At the last meeting, we had a very interesting individual speak, Bethel's land use director. She spoke out against this. And again, it took a lot of courage for her to do that from her position as a town employee in Bethel, who has no skin in the game with this project either way. She personally has experienced homelessness in her family. And she spoke out against this type of facility and basically told you that it's not the proper model. And I thought that was very interesting and unique commentary. And then just at the end, when my wife Cindy was giving her presentation, right around the time she was being interrupted trying to show a police report about the theft that was committed on our property, she expressed what she was concerned at. I have a similar but parallel opinion on this. That police report shows that the two people arrested for the theft were friendly and they were known to the shelter. Even worse, the Pacific House employee knew of the thefts, and all I ask is, why didn't she call the police? Or at a minimum, call her boss and ask what to do. Why are these criminals hanging around at the shelter? And as far as I'm concerned, if you know something's going on and you don't, and it's wrong, and it's associated with you, you're complicit in it if you don't do it. That's just the proper thing to do, and that's what they should have done. My next comment was in a response to the amended modifications. I agree with Attorney Casagrande. I still think it's spot zoning, whether it's 2, 3, or 1 site, because it all boils down to this site. But they basically finally admitted this was spot zoning by narrowing it down to the exit 4 ramp. And additionally, they're almost trying to flaunt the regional nature of the shelter right at the end of exit 4. Exit 4 makes it very easy on and convenient for drug sales. Easy on, easy off. Then as far as this new, the last portion, G15, their crime force, their take a bite out of crime safety plan that they were proposing. I know that's being stricken from the amendment, but they had speakers in favor of it telling you, don't worry about it. Everything's going to be fine. And will that information, I think that should be stricken from the record too, if this amendment is being taken off the record, because again, I felt at the time that was a site plan issue that really didn't have anything to do with zoning. And it's also a blatant admission of the serious crime problem that they're having at this shelter. And I think it was personally just a Hail Mary attempt to secure a few of your votes to feel comfortable about voting yes on this and overlooking some of the serious issues we see with crime. And again, that safety force, or whatever you want to call it, it's completely unenforceable, and it puts a drain on city resources. One of the whole benefits of this nonprofit was supposed to take the relief off the city resources and have them, and now you're bringing them back into it. So again, that's sort of where I stand on that. And just in summary, the applicant has insinuated this zoning amendment in their initial application was appeal proof. And it was clearly, a threat to the zoning commission and to the opposition. I've never seen this. Councilman Rottello, I think, made similar comments during the opening hearing. In my opinion, this process feels more like an 830G application, when you have a out-of-town developer and their attorneys come in with complete disregard for the citizens, for the regulations, for the neighborhoods, land use commissions, and the business community. And, in summary, I respectfully request your commission deny this application. Danbury already takes care of its own from both a homeless and affordable housing standpoint. And I thank you for your time. And hopefully that's all you hear from me tonight.
Well, we may have some questions for you. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Dodo at this time?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Melillo?
I don't have a question for Mr. Dodo, but it's a question that popped into my mind while he was speaking in reference to a couple things. And so I went back to look, and I can't seem to find it. So I wanted to ask either Ms. Reed or Ms. Calitro, did we receive the Westcog report? Was it the standard Westcog report, or did they not weigh in at all? Or because I don't find it in the digital paperwork that I have.
Ms. Reed just unmuted.
Okay, well, Sharon is not there right now, so it did not require going to Westcog. We're only required to send them to Westcog if they have. I thought we did, though. Are you sure? Usually we send them to Westcog if they have.
You're muted. Say it again, Ms. Reed. That's all right.
We send them to Westcog if they have potential impact. Let me double check. I don't think we got one, but let me double check. Okay, well,
I have to imagine we sent it. I'm just curious if we didn't receive it back.
I thought we did, though. Okay, I'll take a look.
We do have a we can move after, I think after a certain period of time, if we don't get a response from them. It's just like getting a response from them saying that it does not have any intermunicipal impact.
Right. No, I'm aware of that, Mr. Chairman. I was just curious if it was their standard boilerplate response that says that, or
I'm
if they
checking right now. I'm going into the.
Oh, great. Thanks. We're going to move on, Ms. Reed, but let us know how you come up with that.
Thank you, Mr. Henner.
Commission members, Mr. Dodo.
Yes, I have a screen to share. It's of one of our neighbors who's not capable of doing Zoom. It's a brief 1.5 minute statement in response to last week.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't. Ms. Reed, you know how to do that screen share?
He's okay, I think. I believe it's
okay.
set. Let me check.
Oh, he does it? Oh, do it then.
He does it. I just have to give him permission. Yeah, go ahead.
I have it. Her name is Lucy Cantorina. She lives at 165 Westville Ave Extension. And this is a story of something she experienced about 3 months ago.
Well, this is Bianca talked about this at the last meeting.
Yeah, and Lucy couldn't get on. So I just, I got this from her. I'm going to share it with you guys right now.
Hello, my name is Lucia Cantorina and I live.
Can you all hear?
Yeah, turn it up. Turn it up.
Okay. Let me find the volume.
Bottom left.
Muted.
The 165 West 11th Extension. And I've been here for 35 years. And regarding the meeting last Tuesday, I did not agree. And this is the reason why I'm speaking out. I was a little afraid to, but I figured that I needed to say something. About 3 months ago, I was working in my backyard, and all of a sudden, this gentleman, middle-aged, was about 10 feet from me. And I tried to ask him if he needed any help, if I could help him in any ways, and I did not understand and vice versa. I tried to just watch him and see what happened there for a few seconds. All of a sudden, I'm like, I guess I need to call 911. So I did call 911, and they spoke to me and asked me to get inside my house and lock my doors. Unfortunately, there was not a choice for me because it was between my house and the driveway, which was my only way out to come around him. So I kind of watched him, and he finally went down my driveway and to the street, and he walked towards the overpass. And the cops did come, but they told me they couldn't find anyone. And I said, well, he couldn't gotten any that far because of the fact that, it just happened. So they went to look again, and they did find someone. They told me everything was okay. And this is when I realized that things were not safe in my backyard or around here, obviously. And that's when my little light bulb went up, and I said, oh my goodness, my neighbor down the street had mentioned a year ago that she thought there was somebody in her backyard. And I said, maybe the kids in the neighborhood, the kids, go around, obviously. So we brushed it off. But now this happened again, right here in my backyard. I'm like, oh my goodness, what is going on? It seems like we can't be safe here. And that's when I realized that I needed to speak out and say that I don't think it's safe for the mega shelter people, the homeless, as well as it isn't for us around here. So I like this opportunity to say that. I appreciate it, and thank you very much.
Okay, I'm all set.
Can you repeat her name for me, please?
Yes, her name is Lucia Cantarina, CANTARINHA.
Thank you very much. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Dodo at this time? Commission members, thank you, Mr. Dodo. So we're going to go. I'm sorry. Thank you. Now we're going to go to Mr. Bennett, Mr. Steinberg, Mr. Berlant, and Pastor Johnson. You're behind Mr. Berlant. Mr. Bennett, go ahead.
Hey, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Robert Bennett, and I live on Fairlawn Avenue. Up until today, I have not publicly expressed my opinion about this proposed zoning change. I have watched and listened to all the previous Zoom meetings, and quite frankly, I've become disgusted with the warm and fuzzy narrative that is being sold to the residents close to the shelter by those that are in favor of it. Those opposed to this proposal, like myself, have been characterized as uncaring, inhumane, uncompassionate, and downright mean, for lack of better terms. Those depictions cannot be further representation of the truth. I have watched my friends and neighbors give more than most to citizens of this city that have come upon hard times. My wife Lisa and I have donated countless thousands of dollars to Catholic charities, and I have paid out of pocket personally for shelter and food to some of Danbury's less fortunate. 1,500 plus individuals living close in proximity to the Super 8 have expressed a genuine concern for the safety and the well-being of themselves, the Super 8 residents, their property values, and their families, and if this proposed shelter stays at that location. I believe that most rational adults understand the difference between price and cost. For instance, we all know the price you pay for buying a pack of cigarettes, although the ultimate cost is that serious health problems may occur in the future. Price and cost. We all know the price paid for the Super 8 motel when it was purchased. Unfortunately, we're only beginning to see what the true cost that transaction has evolved into. Again, price and cost. The price that we pay as adults for making bad decisions may ultimately result in a cost that cannot be anticipated at the moment, but there is always a cost. I'm afraid we don't know the real price that our children will pay every time they pass by the Super 8 and see behavior that should not be witnessed by anyone. Psychological, moral, and/or emotional stress is impossible to measure, and no price can be accurately assessed on it. Speaking as a father of 3 and as a grandfather, I'm afraid their cost will be their innocence, which will be tarnished with memories that cannot be easily forgotten. You may not agree with my concerns for them right now, but I can assure you there will be a heavy cost paid by them. Before submitting a vote to pass the application change the zoning on this parcel, I can only hope that this zoning commission truly considers and understands the ultimate price and cost it will have on the community, its residents, and most of all, the children that have to witness the illicit and illegal acts that now have become commonplace at Exit 4 and its surroundings. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this time and express my concerns to you tonight.
Thank you,
That's
Mr. Burnett. Commission members, anything of Mr. Burnett at this time? Commission members. Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Mr. Burnett.
Thank you.
Mr. Steinberg.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You for allowing me to speak. I want to speak to the Zoning Commission in response to the recent information that has been provided. Here is additional information that needs to be considered in your making a decision for the approval or rejection of the petition before your commission. I urge the Zoning Commission to reject the approval of the mega shelter on Danbury's west side. There are substantial reasons that it should not be approved. Danbury is currently the provider of homeless services to the city in the 9 legal shelters that currently operate in Danbury, and will return to full services as the pandemic crisis ends, and it will. We more than provide for our own homeless at this time. Danbury, in addition, has been generous in providing services, when available, to the surrounding towns in Connecticut and towns in neighboring New York State. Efforts need to be made for the surrounding areas to address their own needs for services for their homeless. It is essential that services be made available for their own people who are in need in their own towns. It is not Danbury's job to do so. The need for permanent mega shelter has not and does not exist for our residents. It causes more harm than good. The size and location of the mega shelter proposal before the commission does not reflect the basic principles of the Zoning Commission's duty to the public, especially to the taxpaying residents of Danbury, and especially underlined to those who live, work, and own businesses on Danbury's west side. Inordinate disruptions have already occurred in and near the location of the mega shelter, and the probability of their continuing is evident. The homeless population is made up of a variety of people suffering from a variety of conditions. Homelessness is a catch-all that includes, but is not limited to, persons who have conditions related to alcohol abuse, to drug addictions, for untreated mental disorders, and by both perpetrators and victims of domestic violence. The committing and consequences of criminal acts, those recently released from prisons, by persons experiencing a loss of employment, the inappropriate use of supportive income, and many other problems that lead to homelessness. Men, women, children who are involved in these causes for homelessness cannot and should not be crowded into one mega facility. It is far too much to be treated together, and the methods of treatment vary considerably. Danbury already has separate facilities that address the separate issues of homelessness. Reports of abuse and violence in the mega shelter and the surrounding areas that have occurred, you've heard about so far, are far too great for any area to endure. Photos have been posted of severe alcoholism in and around the shelter. Reports of drug use and violence are on the Danbury police records that are on file. The filling stations, gas stations, fast food establishments, many businesses, and other types of services have reported problems related to homeless individuals who are from the existing mega shelter. It is very frightening for neighborhoods of families and public schools to endure the impact of homelessness in the surrounding, in areas surrounding the mega shelter. Reject the mega shelter. Move to encourage the towns in the area to provide services for their homeless citizens. There is no legitimate reasons, and there are no logical place, and we must not approve the mega shelter in Danbury. We must work to keep Danbury safe. Thank you very much. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Steinberg at this time? Commission members. Mr. Steinberg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Berlant.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Calitro.
Yeah, just before Mr. Berlant speaks, I just wanted to answer Commissioner Melillo's question, and that is, in accordance with Section 8-3B of the general statutes, we were not required to send this to WestCog. So we did not.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Melillo, you good with that?
Yes, I was just curious whether or not they had been given the opportunity to reply and did not, or if it was a scenario where they would not reply. That's all.
Yes,
Thank you
no
very much.
requirement to send it to them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Calitro. Mr. Berlant, you have the floor. Unmute. There you go. There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I tend to go off the rails. I'm the emotional one of the group. So I've written down what I wanted to say tonight and try and stay on point. So I thank everybody for listening to me one last time. And I will stay on point. First, I want to thank the Chairman Haddad and the rest of the commissioners that have listened to our community and have conducted these proceedings in the most professional and fair way. We in the community knew that we had a clear and concise, we had to be clear and concise. So we never were painted as anti-homeless. This has been an enlightening and very frustrating process. I keep asking myself, how can the commission determine the truth of what the impact is on the surrounding mega shelter and the community? So we had decided when we began to collect information that we would substantiate all of our issues and concerns with facts that we could present. And we've presented a litany of screenshot and facts to validate our discussion points. We've been told by the executive director of the applicant and his attorney that they took over the mega shelter in 2021. Conversely, their hired manager told the commission in our first hearing that he had been on the property managing it for over 18 months at the time. But still the same inconsistencies continue. How can statements from within the same organization be so different and uncoordinated? What does that tell us about them as a company? Despite the applicant's filing, there has been a strain on our city resources since the mega shelter opened. You've heard from reputable former and current civil servants who have confirmed this. We have been asking these questions, and the applicant's attorney's rebuttal and the materials shared late yesterday are disputable. The sexual predator that no longer lives at the shelter was moved shortly after our first meeting, inconveniently up the street and even closer to an elementary school. Obviously, there is little or zero vetting of potential residents. It's beyond frustrating that the local community's concerns are repeatedly dismissed or ignored. As a business model, the applicant is a pay-to-stay organization. At its surface, this application was alarming, but based on recent information in national news, this is yesterday, the applicant's model mirrors frighteningly what other communities are also facing. Just yesterday, a whistleblower brought to light that hotels are being operated by well-funded nonprofits to house transitional residents all over the country and are being operated by well-funded nonprofits to house, I said that. This was brought to light 24 hours ago by a US congressman that is investigating where all the money is coming from. Does any of this sound familiar based on the P&L of the applicant? It fits the model. And based on how rushed and secretive the purchase of this facility was and how expedient the process was intended, the quote also felt way too familiar. Additionally, how seemingly frustrated and annoyed the applicant's attorney is to all of our concerns over the impact of such a facility on our community. To quote the congressman, it seems very organized and premeditated. We are not getting any kind of answers from anyone. The problem we face when these organizations operate in secrecy, there's also no accountability and no ability for oversight. And I think anything like this needs quite a lot of oversight. And that was Congressman Lance Gooden. It made me feel better that Danbury citizens weren't alone in this type of government overstep. And also frustrated to witness individual taxpayers' voices silenced. This commission has an opportunity to turn the tides on such a trend and listen to local concerns, listen to the facts presented, and vote no to modifying an unnecessary zone change. Danbury has properly zoned areas and 20-bed max rules for a reason. This precedent set by voting yes would be catastrophic not only to the neighboring citizens, but the community as a whole. The nonprofit shelters and agencies offering rehab and supportive services more than account for those in and wanting need in Danbury. The applicant gets paid to house the homeless on a daily basis and gets paid through our taxes. Additionally, their annual gala raises money primarily from donors in Connecticut towns that don't want shelters in their neighborhood, like Greenwich, Westport, and Darien, for an example. This year, the goal was posted at 200,000, but they raised nearly 350,000, besides nearly the 4 million given to them from government subsidy programs. And again, let's not forget the 4.6 million to buy the super shelter, or to buy the Super 8, to convert it to a mega shelter. This is their business model. The pandemic was a terrible thing and is a terrible thing. There's no one in the community had an issue with helping those that are homeless in Danbury to have a shelter and protect them from the devastation of COVID-19. A temporary shelter was created. Temporary. It was never intended to be permanent. But now we hear over and over again that this, quote, is a done deal, end quote. The community continues to ask why an independent study was not conducted regarding the impact of the shelter of this size and in this location. Still not one person in the city, state, nor the applicant have addressed that one simple question. At the last meeting, it was announced that a team of locals was assembled to assure a safe transition of this location. Why is it necessary to assemble this team if the applicant is proven to be an effective organization over the last 35 years of existence? That is just beyond me. I believe that those who volunteered to support these transitions have the best intentions when they say they will do everything in their power to see that the mess is cleaned up, but this facility will not negatively impact the surrounding area. But again, this team was created with zero input from the community. We can only surmise from the zero attention to our concerns or answers to our questions over these past months that they don't really care about the local community's true issues regarding the mega facility or the safety of the children and the elderly in our surrounding community. They simply want to wrap these meetings up and calm any concerns by putting respected members of the greater Danbury area in a position to leverage their legacy and let us all know that they will be responsible for keeping it safe and clean. That's not fair to them or the community, and it's not necessary, just as the zoning change is not necessary. In closing, I urge the commission to take this into account when you deliberate this coming week. I ask all of you on the commission, trade places with us. Imagine your families, your children, seeing what we have been reporting to you. Please protect our children, our elderly, our businesses, and our community, and keep Danbury one of the top 100 places in America to live in America. We are all proud of that came out last month. Let Pacific House sell the property and use the money that they were granted under the guise of the pandemic to buy properties in properly zoned areas and operate them within the laws and ordinances already in place. Laws and ordinance that prior administrations studied, debated, and voted on and set forth. Let all Connecticut communities address their own homeless issues. Danbury is not the dumping ground for the region's homeless problem. We willingly support our community and will gladly continue to support and volunteer to help those that are less fortunate, as we have always done here in Danbury. The opinions of those not from Danbury have no place in this decision. Please, we beg you, listen to those that live and pray here in Danbury. Vote down the changes of the ordinance, and thank you all on the board and the commission for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Berlant. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Berlant at this time? Commission members, not hearing or seeing Mr. Berlant, thank you. Pastor Johnson.
Yes.
You have the floor. Help yourself.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here representing my parents, Julius and Albertha Johnson. I've been trying to get them actually to log on so they could hear and listen to this meeting tonight, but they've had little computer problems, which actually is very relevant to many others that had a problem with coming on tonight also. So I'll discuss that a little bit later, but in order to prepare for tonight, I rewatched all the past meetings regarding this proposed shelter, and I wanted to better understand the arguments in favor of the shelter. But what struck me the most was not what was said, but in fact, what they were not saying. I heard people speak of their credentials and decades of experience working on homelessness and why they're qualified to design, implement, and manage the shelter. What they don't tell you is, regardless of their credentials and experience, the truth is they have no idea how to make it better. In fact, they've warned us that the homelessness is getting worse and it's exploding in this area. But because of some of the outcry from protesters about a rise in crime from the shelter, I heard another essentially say, well, let's not pretend Mill Ridge is safe anyways. But what they're not saying is that they don't care what's going on and it's just going to get worse. And then I heard another try to assure us that there are safety measures, safety protocols in place, as if we're supposed to find some comfort in the fact that the shelter will require drug testing. What they're not saying is what happens when these people that are coming from all the surrounding areas that are some drug addicted, some are mentally ill, when they get kicked out of the shelter, where do they go? And my guess is on the street in Danbury. Another said property losses would be minimal. So, hey, folks, just shut up and stop complaining already. You won't lose that much. What they're not saying that none of them are willing to put a shelter in their own neighborhood, but you can trust me. You can. It's better you than me, basically. And they may say that it's perfectly legal to put a shelter 1/2 mile from an elementary school. They won't say that they have no way of knowing who's a sexual predator. They won't admit that violent offenders and harmless folks are down on their luck, are indistinguishable. So we're going to have to just roll the dice and hope for the best. 1/2 mile from an elementary school. They will tell you that their process has been totally on the up and up. But what they won't say out loud is that the owners of Mill Ridge, the city of Danbury, notified itself. The unsuspecting, hardworking folks who will be directly impacted by this shelter, they're not here to tell you how they feel. They're just going to be blindsided, basically. And to be perfectly honest with you, I'm offended by this entire process. I'm offended that as a minority, like many of the residents in the Mill Ridge and surrounding areas, their opinion will go unheard, unrecognized. For some residents, because of a language barrier, a voice to protect their children, family, and loved ones have been disregarded by the unmitigated selfish process to push this through. I'm offended because the incorrect data that pro-activists are using, claiming the benefits, only furthers the stereotypes of shelters and of those that are against this proposal. And to wrap this up, you're going to hear a lot from those in favor of this shelter. They'll tell you all about their wealth of experience in helping those that fell on hard times. You'll hear how homeless shelters are helping to save lives, how the individuals that the shelter serves would otherwise be living on the streets, maybe in the park near your house or in a car on your street. You'll hear how the country is doing their part to openly discussing how to increase the number of shelters and drug and alcohol addiction treatment centers to reduce the crisis of the destitute. Maybe even how their plan to offer sheltered housing assists disabled, the addicted, the veterans. and the offenders and ex-offenders and getting them off the streets. And to put the icing on the cake, they're gonna promise how they will personally ensure that their safety protocols are put in place. Well, I'm offended because I agree with the intentions. I agree with all their intentions, but I recognize the result of the circumstances. I recognize that a shelter of this magnitude, 172 bed facility, and I'll leave the word mega out of it, will attract homeless people with various forms of mental health issues, like family problems, personal, psychological problems, and addictions, predators, sexual offenders, and child molesters. I'm offended because we're put in a situation where there's a yay or nay vote by the board members who haven't been given an opportunity to hear from the majority that were silenced from this process. The people that will be most directly impacted by this shelter, they're not here because they weren't given the opportunity to be here. This whole situation could have been avoided if the so-called professionals chose to invest more in the city's already available resources. Resources that, if used, now those have been proven to reduce and end homelessness, like job reintegration, educational opportunities, rehabilitation, recovery initiatives. So when you cast your vote, don't be confused and thinking voting no means you're a bad person or you don't care about the less fortunate. It's the exact opposite. Ask yourself, will this shelter help more Danburyans than it'll hurt? And if your answer is no, and you care about this city, then your vote must be no. Thank you again for this opportunity to hear my position, and God bless.
Thank you, Pastor. Commission members, anything of Pastor Johnson at this time? Thank you, Pastor Johnson. So right now we have Eileen Curran, Luciana Shortle, and Mark Nolan, and attorney Ellen Van Dyke Bell, and then Barbara Davis. So Ms. Curran, please go ahead.
Do you mind if I defer and let Luciana go before me?
Oh, go ahead. Absolutely. Not a problem. So we're going to go to Luciana Shortle, please.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Chairman Haddad, and thank you to the entire commission for allowing me to speak in rebuttal tonight.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to address the applicant's comments on the November 9th public hearing, zeroing in mainly on the timeline of their involvement at the shelter. So during the ZBA meeting on May 13th, 2021, Executive Director Pagan states that they have been involved with the shelter for the past year at the 42-minute mark. And then at the 44-minute mark, he references a year of working with the city of Danbury at the shelter again. At the same 2021 ZBA meeting, Mayor Joe Cavo states 14 months into this joint endeavor, 2 different times, beginning at the 1 hour and 23-minute mark, which indicates Pacific House was involved since March 2020. I'd also like to share my screen. Okay.
You're good. You're good.
Okay, thanks.
Yep, we got it.
Okay. Is it blown up? Okay, great. So just wanted to share here the emails supporting this from Joe Cavo. Basically, our neighbor Ben Dodo had sent him a message when he was trying to uncover back in July who had been responsible for running the shelter. So at this point, Joe Cavo responded and said, since its inception, Pacific House has been managing the homeless shelter at 3 Lake Avenue. You know, I can go through about 10 more lines that support Jerome Roberts, letting us know that he's been involved for 18 months at the shelter back on the September hearing. Attorney Hollister himself during the September 28th meeting mentions that Mr. Pagan has been involved with the shelter since spring 2020. At that same hearing, Mr. Pagan states that in March 2020, the Danbury Housing Authority gave the applicant, quote, seed money and resources to help them manage the facility. I have a few more points like this, but I really don't want to belabor the issue. All I've done here is retell the applicant's timeline as portrayed to us in their own words, and we've landed at March or May 2020 as to their involvement and management of the facility. However, this was dismissed as misinformation on the last call. There's an effort being made here to obfuscate the timeline and distance themselves from past incidents related to the shelter. Conversely, virtually no effort has been made to explain how the applicant will course correct after the incidents in the 18-month time period if they are permitted to move forward. Okay, so next, we thought it would actually be helpful after 20 hours of written and spoken support and opposition to sum up the data for everyone. Okay, so what we have here is a breakdown of the speakers and letters written both in support and in opposition. So starting on the left, we have, and proceeding clockwise, we have 16% out-of-town residents in support, as well as 6% out-of-town nonprofits. We also have 11% Danbury residents in support, and we have 4% Danbury nonprofits. We also have 26% who had no address provided who submitted letters, and also 37% who had no address provided but said that they had received services from the shelter. So essentially, if we add up those, we're assuming that the 26 and 37% were shelter residents, and that adds up to about 63% representing the in support. If we zero in on the people who actually did provide addresses from the supporting side, we actually, just looking at residents, it works out to be 40% Danbury residents in support and 60% outside of Danbury. Looking at those in opposition, it's a much simpler view. We have 91%. We have 91% who are in support and in Danbury, and 9% outside of Danbury that were opposed. Again, these are just letter writers and speakers, and this is unrelated to the petition. Also worth noting that 15 in support were 15 residents of Danbury, and opposed were 115 residents of Danbury. One other note is that the 11% from Danbury that were in support are an average of 4.6 miles from the shelter itself. So we really think that this strongly shows the voice of Danbury and what they have to say with regards to the shelter. So in closing, I hope this data was helpful, and I just would like to reassert my belief that this shelter is the wrong size and the wrong location. I once again request that the commission deny this proposal. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Commission members, anything of Ms. Shortle at this time? Commission members.
I just appreciate the graphics. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Hawley. Anything else, commission members? Okay, thank you, Ms. Shortle. Ms. Kern, are you prepared?
Yes, I am prepared. I did my
Help-
homework. Thank you, Chairman.
Absolutely, help yourself.
I am speaking tonight in response to the information shared since the commencement of this meeting on September 28th, 2021. I first would like to thank the Commission for its incredible tact and patience throughout this lengthy process. It's encouraging that despite months of frustration of our concerns not being heard, Chairman Haddad and those on this zoning commission have allowed the Danbury community to have a voice. Going into these meetings, I didn't know what to expect, but certainly did not anticipate the public shaming, nor the blatant disregard from the applicant and certain officials from what the local community is witnessing with its own eyes. In an attempt to discredit the community's discord with this decision, the applicant and those in support of this application stated we were nameless and inferred that we were individuals that were anti-homeless, heartless, and only concerned about our own lives. While this meeting can continue for hours more arguing these statements and our apparent lack of Christianity, the decision at hand tonight is about a zoning change that can forever impact our great city. It was shocking to the local community how little was communicated about the changeover of the Super 8 motel to a mega shelter, and this lack of information continues to this day. Last spring's ZBA meeting was the first time many of us were introduced to the application or the state's future plans for our city. Our coalition of neighbors began simply because we knew the general community needed to know what was happening, and we no longer trusted the local leadership and news outlets to do their due diligence to drive this awareness and engagement. We made signs, which were ultimately stolen off our yards in an attempt to silence us, and created a website that contained detail on the history of the property, links to former zoning meetings, and the request that an independent service assess the negative impact and danger to the children in the surrounding communities, which to date has not been done. We began a petition to, number one, drive awareness, and two, provide a vehicle for Danburian voices. Our target audiences were always just Danburians. If individuals signed from out of town or neighboring communities, we appreciated the support, but again, we thought going into these meetings that the Danbury voice was the most important, and those are the citizens this decision ultimately impacts long into the future. Almost 20 hours of meetings and letters later, a resounding no comes from the general Danbury community. Since our petition began 4 months ago, it has grown after each public hearing because the more people are informed, the less they agree with the application. As of November 16th, 2021, 1,588 have signed. 401 of those signatures have shared on their social accounts, and over 1,492 unsolicited small personal contributions directly to the petition have been made to spread the word. This is in addition to personal donations of over $2,000 for signs and communication activities. Through signing, we petition that this activity and use of the facility cease until further review by the city, an independent service to assess the impact and danger to children in the surrounding communities. Of these signatures, here is a sampling of signee locations for Connecticut. Danbury, 712, Bethel, 19, Brookfield, 20, New Fairfield, 4, New Milford, 9, Newtown, 4, Richfield, 43, Stamford, 6. The list of names, locations, and comments have been submitted to Joanne for the record, and Chairman, that's what you read earlier. These lists do not include the names of City of Danbury employees and local businesses who we've spoken to and who are in opposition of this plan, but have stated they cannot speak or sign the petition in fear of retribution. Through these petition signers, combined with the 115 individual residents that Luciana just referenced, sending in letters and speaking at these hearings, it's clear that the more the community knows about what is happening, the more opposition is shown. This was a hasty decision made in response to a terrible pandemic, and it must not become permanent. We implore this commission to deny this application and offer the community what it is asking for: proper due process to find a location best suited for those in need and zoned appropriately for this purpose. Neither of these are solved by this location and this service offering. From what has been presented over these lengthy meetings, Danbury must do what is right by its citizens and allow a transparent, open discussion and debate over the appropriate next steps, not a retrofit to accommodate the state and the applicant's pricing mistake. This committee bears a heavy burden, hopefully lightened by the facts and voices heard over these great discussions. I hope the Danbury community can trust you to make the appropriate decision and deny this application. Again, thank you so much for your generosity of time and consideration.
Well, thank you very much, Ms. Curran. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Curran at this time? Thank you very much, Ms. Curran. We have Mark
Chairman.
Nolan. Oh, I'm sorry, did I hear a voice?
Yeah, Mr. Rick Jowdy.
Mr. Jowdy, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we started this procedure with anyone speaking in favor or against stating their name as well as their address, as well as any letters that were written into or spoken into the public hearing. Could we continue that with not only stating their name, but also their address?
Sure, absolutely. A lot of them have already spoken before we have their addresses on record. I do see some new people, and I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Jowdy.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Mr. Nolan.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to the members of the commission. The zoning commission has probably, as many of you said, have never seen something like this before. My brothers and I have been in business officially for 45 years, and we've gone in front of the zoning commission, planning commission, ZBA. We've never seen anything like this before. We're in the housing business. We've been in the housing business like some of you, and one of us is an attorney. We work very closely with the municipalities in our region, throughout the state, and throughout the country, and other housing projects in other states. So housing is our business. I was chairman of the Danbury Housing Partnership to End Homelessness for a number of years. I chaired that with Carolyn Sistrunk, who is the executive director of the Housing Authority. One of the greatest mentors that we've had in our community. She was a wonderful asset. I miss her dearly. I employ some of the things that we work together on a daily basis. I was also chairman of City Center Danbury and treasurer for over 20 years. I committed my energy and time personally at the sacrifice of my personal family, and I did it for the good of all of us. Because as the picture behind me is when my great-grandparents were downtown. We had the Vincent Austin Carriage House. We made carriages in Peffer's Livery Stable, and we own the property today on Crosby Street. Our life has been in Danbury. I'm going to try to address the items that were brought back by the applicant in the last rebuttal and submission. And I appreciate the time, and I hope that you understand that the facts that I'm trying to bring forward for you is information that is available to all of us. I do housing, I do state and federal housing. I work with the Department of Housing. I work with Connecticut Housing Finance Authority. I know the commissioner. I know the president of Connecticut Housing Finance Authority, and we work together doing housing throughout the state. The proposal is for 174 beds. You look at the application, and I'm going to point out to it that it talks to 174 beds. I'm going to refer you to tab 1 of the latest submission that the applicant gave on November 15th. And he talks about the mega shelter. The facility has 38 beds, emergency beds, but it can increase to 44. If you look at the website that they've provided information previously, the state of Connecticut authorized them to have 80 beds, but it can go up to over 114, I believe. They state it because that's what's allowed. There is also the ability to convert the upper floors to supportive transitional housing. That is, transitional housing by definition is homelessness and housing. It is for persons who need supportive services, and they're talking about doing 22 beds per floor, or 44 more units, I should say. So how many people are there? That's going to be 2 per room. So now we're up to 88. It goes on to say that 50 to 70 individuals were really what was coming in the shelter recently. However, it goes on to say that the Danbury Fire Department population is 172, 2 people per room, maximum allowable occupancy. Item number 3, the police calls. I'd like to refer you to the letter that the police chief submitted. I looked it over, and the chief is on point. The chief says that in the 3rd paragraph, 2nd sentence, what I have said is that the issues at the Pacific House so far have been no more taxing on our resources than when the 2 downtown shelters were in operation. Let us look at the facts. Dorothy Day was illegal for over 30 years, and your commission shut them down. So the fact is that when the police chief just submitted a letter of reports with his reports that came in November 9th of the incidences that took place at 3 Lake Avenue, there's 95 police responses in 133 days. 95 of our police officers went to 1 location. Your charge as a zoning commission is to make sure that the people, businesses, and residents are safe within our city. This is not a safe facility. There were unwanted persons, disturbances, suspicious persons, check the well-being, medical assist overdose. The list goes on, and Ben talked about it. I'm not going to belabor it, but I ask you to look at the facts. I also ask you to take a look at the letter that City Center Danbury submitted to the Planning Commission on February 2nd, 2016. My brother Jim talked about it the other night. And the reason why I'm bringing it back up to you is because the executive director at the time is PJ Prunty. He's currently the president of the Chamber of Commerce. There are distinguished members on the board of City Center, bankers, business owners, police personnel, the city personnel, and Western Connecticut State University. The letter was part of my brother Jim's submission, and it's to the chairman, and I just want to paraphrase. Item number 2, the data recovered using Freedom of Information from July 14, 2014 to June 2015, the police responses related directly or indirectly to Dorothy Day. 1 business, 1 street, was 693 calls. 693 calls for 1 business that was an illegal shelter, 16 beds. That's 13.3 calls per week. That's not all. It goes on to say that there was further information obtained from the Danbury Fire Department right down the street on New Street. 146 calls in the same period of time. That's 2.8 calls per week for 1 entity in our city on 1 street. You add them together, 13.3, 2.8, 16.1 calls per week of the resources of our police, fire, personnel putting themselves at risk for one location every time they get in that truck. And I hear that. My heart goes out to our officers and our responders. And we should not be allowing them to have to be put in a position to protect the safety and welfare of the citizens in Danbury for one property. Item number 5, facility security, housing with metal detectors. I've never seen a transitional facility in Danbury, the Women's Center, Amos House, MCCA's Sunrise Terrace, Vet House, right across the street from the firehouse. And I'll go on with the list of them. None of them have metal detectors and have to check you out when we're going in. Item number 7, late and intoxicated individuals are talked about in the respondent's rebuttal. This is an attractive nuisance. This is not allowing for safety and security in our community by allowing this use. When you're attracting intoxicated and people, that the staff says that they'll provide assistance with 911 for help and possible hospitalization. That's not decent, safe, and sanitary housing. That's inhumane to be an attractive nuisance to allow those people to come there and affect the neighborhood and everything else that you've heard from everybody. It also says that it's going to work with the 211 CAN system. Now, some of you may not know what CAN stands for, but it's called the Consolidated Access Network. And the United States and HUD have coordinated access so that people that are in need can call 211 to get services. There's approximately 28 towns in the Fairfield County Consolidated Access Network, from Danbury to Greenwich, from Newtown to Down County. We cover all of that area. But Danbury is being told you're going to provide that regional services. And I'm going to refer you to item number 8, the regional facility from Danbury. The question was asked. And these are the numbers. You'll find the numbers on the applicant's submission on the previous meeting, which was received on 11/2. The answers to Chairman Haddad's question of 10/21, and it was submitted on 11/9. And it's buried on page 228 and 229. It was answered by Pacific House in the state of Connecticut. It's item number 11. How many people were from Danbury? And it indicates the hometowns or most recent locations of current resident population at 3 Lake Avenue Extension. Danbury, there was 21. In the Housatonic region, 5 people were from New Milford, 2 people were from Bethel, 1 person was from Brookfield. Out of the Connecticut, out of the Danbury Housatonic region, Weathersfield, we have 2. Bridgeport, we have 1. Torrington, we have 1. And Fairfield, we have 1. That's 5 people out of our area. And to give you the total, Danbury was 21 and the Housatonic region was 8. So that's 29 people for our area. Out of state, Bronx, 1. Putnam, New York, 1. Dorchester, Massachusetts, 1. Mineral Wells, Texas, 1. And Minneapolis, Minnesota, 1. for a total of 39 people. That's what we had for a demand. We didn't have 174 bed demand. They mention it themselves. That's item number 8. Item number 9 on veterans, they take veterans. Well, I would like to point out that Vet House on New Street takes veterans, and we work closely with MCCA and we work closely with them. We don't have the type of police protection being offered over there because the program allows people to follow. Number 13, CDBG funding. This is interesting because Attorney Hollister said that Mr. Nolan, I'm not sure which one he was referring to, didn't have the numbers, but the CDBG funding as of July 27th, 2020, the letter from Mayor Boughton to the City Council asking to consider a CDBG pass-through. On August 17th, 2020, the council approved a resolution for $11 million of pass-through of community development block grant monies. That money comes from the state of Connecticut, which also gets it from the federal government. So $11 million minus $4.8 million that they spent to purchase the building, which was in the 12/30/2020 newspaper, a release of funds. There is a balance of $6.1 million of CDBG funding floating out there somewhere amongst our state. I know it because I follow the money. And that's the August 17th, the release of funds. And I want to call your attention to something you probably don't really look at. It's called the Connecticut BOC Balance of State, COC, Continuum of Care Funding. In 2020, HUD awarded $46 million and Opening Doors in Fairfield County, $14.5 million for a total of $60.6 million to the state of Connecticut for housing for homelessness. We have a tremendous amount of money in our state to be used in 169 communities. That's $60.6 million of funding. I'm almost done, and I thank you for your patience. Item number 14, the proposed language to amend the zoning regulations. The attorney and applicant currently delivered on page 2, 5B5, item 3. 86 unit beds is what's discussed. G4, it's actually 5B5G, 3, and then 4, they're talking about 48 beds, and 5, no more than 2, but with the facility shall not exceed 172 person beds. It's 174 bed shelter. And when there's an emergency, they're not going to close the doors. They've said it in their information. This is too large of a facility to be able to manage on a professional level. Since 2007, the homeless population has decreased by 1,578 people in Connecticut because there's the point in time count every January. You've probably heard about it. We have decreased the homelessness in Danbury ever since that started in 2007 to 2020. Therefore, I request that the Zoning Commission deny the proposed zoning amendment. We have approved shelters and transitional facilities in our community that work. They need that community development block grant money. I know it because I've spoken to them. You speak with Amos House, you speak with the Women's Center, you speak with Renewal House, MCCA. When they have a person who's moving into permanent housing, they need the assistance, just like our other citizens who are looking for affordable housing. And same thing in our region. Bethel needs it, Ridgefield needs it. New Fairfield needs it. Let's work together on a regional basis to correct this wrong and not institutionalize people, get them the services that they need, and let's work together. Because I will, and I do it every day. And I thank you very, very much for all of your deliberations, thought, concerns, professionalism that you've offered this. It's beyond what we can expect, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Nolan. Commission members, any questions of Mr. Nolan at this time?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Melillo?
Yes, Mr. Nolan, just out of curiosity, I just want to understand the numbers that you had mentioned regarding the Dorothy Day police dispatch from 2014, 2015. If I remember correctly, you said, were those when those numbers were put together, were they broken out between calls related to the soup kitchen and calls related to the shelter itself, or was it just for the property?
I'd have to go back and research that. Let me just get the letter, because I'll read to you specifically what it said, because it had to be specific. The City Center Board deliberated over this for a very long time. I also will point out that Bob Steinberg was on the commission, City Center Board, and so was Sharon. The data recovered from the Freedom of Information from July 2014 to June 2015, police responses related directly or indirectly to Dorothy Day were 456 police calls directly to 11 Spring Street, Dorothy Day. So that's 456 to 11 Spring Street, and 237 calls to Spring Street.
Okay.
That makes the 693 calls.
Okay, but now, because I think 11 Spring Street was both the soup kitchen, which is still in operation, and the homeless shelter, which is the one that was shut down.
That's in the back of the building.
Right, but it's the same but is it the same physical address?
Yes.
Okay,
because it's a series of stores, and the shelter was in the back.
Yeah, no, I'm familiar with the property. I was just curious because only just how it would relate, because I was curious how many of those calls were related to an 11 shelter bed specifically versus those related to the kitchen as well as the 11 shelter bed or what it was in regards to the community. So
Dorothy Day was 16 beds.
Sorry.
Okay, and the I did not mention that the information gathered from the fire department shows the 146 emergency response calls involving both ambulance response and fire trucks were both of those, and that they went on to cite the 693 total police calls during that time frame. There were 58 resulted arrests, and they quoted that under Public Act number 13174, an act concerning the abatement of public nuisance. A public nuisance exists when there's more than 3 or more arrests per year at a specific location. And that's why that was pulled together, so that, because that shelter had a direct impact as I was chairman in trying to attract with our board and the subsequent boards, businesses and residential persons in our greater city. We have offered tax abatements that has spurred the development of additional housing, but there is still a burden, and City Center has an ambassador program that they're currently funding with our tax dollars to mitigate any potential unwanted person that might be drinking in public. So we continue to have an overflow effect of what happens on Lake Avenue to the downtown, because they're come right downtown.
Thank you. Mr. Melillo, you good? Mr. Jowdy, did you have your hand up or no?
No, I did not.
Okay. Mute.
No.
Everyone mute your mic. We're going now to Attorney Ellen. If you could just, I think you're the first time, just state your address if you would, please, and then you have the floor.
Well, first of all, good evening. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, yes, absolutely. Help yourself.
Okay, great. So I'm actually a resident of the 7th Ward, and I live on Driftway Road. And many of you may know that I ran for city council at large. And first of all, I want to thank my fellow citizens, residents of Danbury who brought this issue to my attention when I was running for office. Just to give you a little background information, I'm an attorney, as you see. I used to work as an assistant district attorney at the Manhattan District Attorney's Office. I've also been a child protection attorney here in Connecticut, as well as I am currently the conservator and guardian of individuals who have mental health issues. Part of the reason why I mentioned that is because when I was out campaigning, I actually went around to the Mill Ridge area to speak to individuals who live closest to the shelter to find out their opinions. And I did find that a lot of individuals who live there were not comfortable speaking. They were afraid to speak because a lot of the housing is government housing, and they were afraid, quite frankly, that they would be kicked out of their housing. And I was able to convince them that there would be no threat and there would be no harm to come to them. And so just like Reverend Johnson said, what I asked them is, can you tell me the truth about what you feel about this? And if you don't feel comfortable coming forward, then do you mind if I tell your stories? And most of them said yes. Now, I will tell you, the question that I asked people in the Mill Ridge area was, what do you think of the homeless shelter? Now, I have my own opinions, which I will share, but I want to first tell you about their stories, because I told them I would tell you their stories. Some didn't know that there was a homeless shelter. Some others said, I don't have a problem with the homeless shelter. But most did have a problem with the homeless shelter. And I want to relay some of the stories. So for example, some of our senior citizens who live in the Mill Ridge area said they were afraid because they looked out of their windows and they saw somebody peeing in their lawn. So now imagine that you have a senior citizen, an elderly woman, and she's looking out her window and there's a man peeing in her lawn. She said to me, Ellen, I want you to step out for a second and I want you to look around. She says, I've been here for over 18 years. And if you notice now, because of that shelter, people are closing their blinds. People don't have their blinds down because it's strangers that are roaming in our area. We don't know who they are. We don't know what they're doing. And she said, I live alone by myself and I'm afraid. So that's one example. Another example, I spoke to a young woman who was a parent of a elementary age child. And she said when she was walking out her door, opened her door one morning to take her son to school, there was a man passed out right there in front of her. And her son said to her, Mommy, why is that man laying on the ground? So now think about that. You open the door, you're not expecting somebody to be right there passed out in front of your door. It's very startling. It was very scary. And then she tried to figure out, how do I explain this to my child? Not only that, I don't know if this person is going to get up or what they're going to do, if they're going to harm me or my child. And she said she was very scared of the situation. And she tried to explain to her child why somebody was laying in their front yard. And she said, I don't know if I did a good job of it. But there's no doubt in my mind that she was able to share with me her fear. And the fear that she had, more likely than not, was passed on to her child, who also probably had that fear. I also talked to other people, and one of the examples, they said that they used to let their kids go down to McDonald's. They would walk from the Ridge to McDonald's. They said they will no longer allow their kids to walk down because they have been harassed on the way walking down. And since they don't know who the individuals are at the shelter, they are afraid as to what they might do. Now, I've also heard many people who said that they actually see hand-to-hand drug transactions happening in front of them and in front of their kids. several families said that they would no longer allow their kids to play in their yards. Now imagine that. They said before the shelter was there, they felt comfortable having their kids play in their yards. Now they don't, because there's strangers roaming around in the yard. Another person also verified that someone peed in her lawn. So I heard this fact that somebody was pulling out their private part, peeing in someone's yard on more than one occasion. Now, I also talked to families who also stated that before the shelter was there, they had no problems with their kids who are in middle school walking from their house to Westside Middle School or walking to the elementary school. But now they don't feel comfortable doing that. They say, I will not let my child walk because I don't know who these people are who I see walking around at different times in different hours of the day. And so what it told me was that the shelter changed the quality of life of individuals. I had many individuals tell me about how they have seen more firemen, more police officers, more calls come to Mill Ridge than they ever had before. And they've lived there for a number of times. So now what has happened is these are our working families, low-income families, our senior citizens. And what's sad about it is that they didn't feel that they could say anything about it. Many of them were upset because they didn't get any notice that this was happening. Now, none of us had a problem with a shelter being put in place to address the pandemic. The problem is that to convert it from a temporary situation to a permanent situation was clandestine. And our government is not supposed to be clandestine. It's supposed to be transparent, particularly to the individuals that are affected by that decision. And they felt that they had no say in that. Now, many of the people, but not all, are minorities. And so a lot of minorities felt that their voices weren't heard. But again, not all. Like one of the people I spoke to was an elderly Caucasian woman. And she said, I'm scared. And these are real fears that individuals in Mill Ridge have. And so I said I would share it and advocate on their behalf. Now, with that said, my concern as a child protection attorney is why would you put a shelter near two schools, near an elementary school and a middle school? So off the bat, I'm gonna tell you, I had a problem with that. But again, I did not immediately share that with the individuals in Mill Ridge. I wanted to hear the truth from them about how they felt, if they had any issues or not. Whatever the truth was, that's what I wanted to hear. And I gave you some examples of some of the stories multiple times that were shared with me. And was interesting, many of the stories were consistent. And I'm talking to different people at different parts at different times of day. And the stories were consistent, so their statements were consistent. Now, the other thing, the reason why I mentioned to you is that I'm a guardian to individuals who have mental health issue as well as a conservator, because if I'm hearing these stories about people walking around who are drunk, who are doing drug sales, pulling down their pants or pulling out their private parts, peeing in front of people's lawn, then my question is the shelter actually addressing the needs of the homeless? Now, we all know that people end up in homeless shelters for a variety of reasons. One reason could be they're just down in their luck. Another reason could be they're victims of domestic violence and they need to get out of that situation. Or we know that some are have alcohol and drug addiction issues. Now, they put a homeless shelter right near a liquor store. Would that adequately address the needs of a person who has an alcohol addiction? I would suggest that it does not. And so that's yet another reason why that is not the proper location. What should have happened, I would suggest, is that this should have been a community decision, particularly members of the community that it will affect. And unfortunately, they did not have an opportunity to be heard, and that was wrong. So what I would recommend is that you deny this application and you go back to the drawing board and you look to see how can we best address this, and you get community input, particularly from people who live in the community and who are living with these type of behaviors. Let me just say this. If a parent exposed their child to drugs, alcohol, and inappropriate private spots that children should not see, the government would have a right to remove them from the custody of that parent. Because think about that for a second. A child cannot unsee that. That's why the government would remove them. DCF would come in and take them. So if the government can take children from their parents for exposing them to that type of behavior, what gives the government the right to expose people to that kind of behavior, particularly children? These children cannot unsee what they are seeing. And so we've heard some of the testimony that other members have testified in this hearing and the previous hearings. I'm telling you, I spoke to people and they were afraid. And it was too many of the same testimonies and statements that were consistent. And their voices need to be heard. So I strongly urge you to deny this application, this petition. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be heard, but also to be the person to speak for those who did not feel capable or able to speak for themselves. And I hope that you listen to what I said and take it very seriously when you vote on this issue. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Commission members, any questions of Attorney Bell at this time? May I, Attorney Bell? So I understand that people did not want to come out for various reasons, mainly fear. Can I say that the streets involved could have been Mill Ridge Road, Mill Ridge Drive, School Ridge Road, High Ridge Road, and Midfield Road?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Anything else, commission members? Thank you, Attorney Bell. So right now we have, it says Barbara Davis. Ms. Davis, are you prepared at this time? There you go.
Yes, actually I am. Good evening, Barbara Davis, 15 Ridge Road. Again, thank you, Commissioner and Commission members, for allowing us this opportunity and, quite honestly, this privilege to be able to speak to you all, not only this evening, but on the prior evenings as well. I have a prepared statement here, but I'm actually going to forgo reading it. I think what Ellen just spoke to is so much more compelling than me picking apart what the applicant has stated, because there's so many flaws in it. The information that they keep presenting keeps changing and morphing. But I really think that the bottom line to all of what we've been saying, lo these many hours, can neatly be summed up by what has been said before, and certainly by what Ellen has said here this evening. It's really horrifying, in my opinion, that the people up at Mill Ridge are having to endure the brunt of this, and particularly for individuals who feel so threatened. To be able to speak out for their own home and safety, I think, is a travesty. So I will say good evening and thank you for this time to speak.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Davis? Thank you very much. So let me tell you, I see Patrick Heron and Juanita Counsel. So we'll go in that order. So Mr. Heron, are you prepared? Mr. Heron? Yes, Mr. Heron, you have the floor. Go ahead. There you are.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, if you would, just state your name and address, please, and take your time.
Good evening. First name Patrick, last name Heron, 27 Fairlawn Avenue. I'll be quick. Firstly, I'd like to reiterate that this issue deserves a more public live forum, perhaps some sort of town hall meeting. Handling this issue on a zoning commission Zoom meeting feels funny. Secondly, the resolving of permanently locating our shelter here is not a popular idea in Danbury. Let's see. I estimate those people I've spoken with that under 10% would agree with me that they would not want this petition granted. Most people think the property is a poor location for the shelter. Most Danbury residents are not naive as to the corollary activities associated with the shelter. Other speakers have given air to this. These things go hand in hand with the shelter. And I say this from my perspective of 15 years as a professional firefighter EMT in Danbury. I strongly object to this petition because of the shelter's proximity to Mill Ridge low-income housing development and Mill Ridge Primary School and the West Side Middle School Academy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Herron. Commission members, anything of Mr. Herron at this time? Thank you, Mr. Herron. I see Juanita Counsel. Juanita Counsel, are you prepared? Juanita Counsel, unmute and you have the floor. If not, if I'm here for you in a couple seconds, I'll come back to you. I lost her off my screen. So now why don't I just go to, did everybody just see their drop off? She was just dropped off. Why don't we go to Rachel Hallis? Ms. Hallis.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you. I'm going to read a statement. I spoke in the first meeting. I'm going to try not to repeat what I said, but I do need to bring up some of the prior information and then add on some new information. I'd like to thank the Zoning Commission and everybody for allowing me the time to voice my opinion. I know there are new people on this call, so I'm again going to introduce myself. My name is Rachel Hallis. I've been a Danbury resident for about 26 years. My husband has been a Danbury resident for 48 years. We've raised our 3 children here in town, and both of us have worked for the city of Danbury for a combined 48 years. I recently retired from the Danbury Police Department after 25 years of police service. And my husband, Joe, is currently a deputy chief with the Danbury Fire Department. We have both spent our careers working in emergency services. Joe's father was also a fireman who gave his life in the line of duty in the city of Danbury when my husband was 8 years old. I've worked a variety of roles during my tenure, including undercover vice operations, drug investigations, prostitution stings, and investigations involving violent crime, including homicides, assaults, and child abuse. I want to share this with you so you know where I'm coming from, my level of experience, and in my input, my opinions. The zoning regulations should not be amended for the many reasons that were stated tonight, and there were some great points that were brought up. The main issue is the quality of life within the city of Danbury and the taxing of city services. If we allow this mega shelter to come to fruition, our police, EMS, and fire department will be overburdened, as they have been since it's been in service. Our entire city, not only the west side, will feel the effects of this proposed mega shelter, especially the west side. Like I said, our services will be burdened. Our hardworking, low-income families, children and students who reside and go to school in the Mill Ridge area will be put at undue risk, as I have seen this past year. Our business owners will suffer a financial hit. Our property values will go down. The commercial and residential real estate values will suffer. This is not dramatic, this is reality. I live very close to this shelter, and since Pacific House has taken over, I have made a daily effort to drive over to the shelter and into the Mill Ridge Plaza. I do it on a daily basis. I have previously shared photos that I have taken of the loitering, the homeless sleeping in and around Mill Ridge Plaza, which is 2 Mill Ridge Drive, that's the address. The uptick in foot traffic up and down Lake Avenue, the exit 4 intersection, the onslaught of drug activity, and calls for emergency services. Since the last time I spoke, the situation has only gotten worse. The shelter residents have removed portions of the white fence that separates the shelter property and the rear of the pornography shop in 2 Mill Ridge Plaza. They pass between this white fence all day long. I've sat across the street and I watch what they do. I've called 911 on numerous occasions, and I've called in drug transactions as I see them. These folks will congregate on the side of 2 Mill Ridge Road. They'll sleep there. I see them often with blankets that are provided by the shelter. They're blue. They're all over the place, they're all over the property. A retired police officer who I know well works for the housing department now. His office looks directly over to the Mill Ridge Plaza. I had a conversation with him not too long ago when he told me that all he sees are drug transactions all day long. After my last call to this platform, I got a call from a narcotics detective who is currently on the job, and he told me about the woman who died in the shelter. I don't know the date because I have not been able to get the report. However, there was an overdose, a young female who died inside the shelter. It was investigated by the Danbury Police Department. She had been dead in her room for 2 or 3 days, and she was discovered by a cleaning lady. The shelter reportedly had called in a missing persons report on her because she had not checked in as expected. When officers went out, they checked the room and they found her dead. This is what's happening at the shelter, although they will paint a different picture of what's really going on there. The chief says the calls for service have not exceeded what they used to be for the Spring Street shelter. However, the shelter was 1/4 of the size of this shelter, of a mega shelter. As stated before by Mr. Nolan, the calls for service to Spring Street were out of control. I know that because I used to work down there. We had not only undercover detectives down there, we had our community conditions unit, we had police officers, and we could not combat the problems. So why would one think that a neighborhood watch is going to be effective? I don't know. It's ludicrous. I recently was leaving my neighborhood at about 7 o'clock at night. Between 3 and 5 Ridge Road, there was a police officer pulled over to the side. I know this officer. I pulled up to him. I asked him what was going on. He had a backpack, personal belongings in the yard of one of my neighbors. And he said they had chased a homeless man from the shelter. They suspected he was breaking into vehicles and homes in the area, and he dumped the belongings in our neighborhood. Since my last Zoom meeting, and since Pacific House has taken over, panhandlers have flooded the area. It has been a daily problem. 3 Lake Ave is not the only problem. It's McDonald's, it's the Gulf, it's the Shell, it's 2 Mill Ridge Plaza, it's the housing project, it's Stop and Shop, it's the Marin Hotel, it's Stanziato's. They are everywhere. I have 2 personal friends, one lady who's in her 70s and another friend of mine, a single female who's in her 50s. The 50-year-old was approached today. She called me this afternoon and said she was filling up at the Shell gas station across from Ethan Allen when a large man watched her use the ATM. And then when she walked back to her vehicle, he walked up to her very intimidatingly and asked her for money. She was very scared and she said, I just used all of my money to fill up my gas tank, but I think I have a couple dollars. So she reached in her bag and she gave him $3. And he said, I need to get out of town. This shelter doesn't have room for me. I called 211 and it's full. The other lady who was in her 70s gave a similar story to where she was gassing up her vehicle. A gentleman approached her, knocked on the windshield. She was petrified. She opened her window a little bit and she handed him some money. This is an everyday occurrence out here on Lake Avenue now. although Pacific House will tell you differently. I wish the zoning board members could interview the police officers and the first responders that are going out there on a daily basis, because they would tell you what's really going on. They're afraid to come forward. Many of them do not live here. Most of these firefighters and police officers live out of town. My husband, who is a deputy chief and has direct access to EMS, says this shelter out here is a complete and utter burden to emergency services. The reality is that the firemen, EMS, and the police officers are tired. They're overburdened. They can't do it, and we shouldn't do it. There is no reason. Some of those in positions of power are being asked to vote in favor of the shelter. In my opinion, it's backdoor sleazy politics. We should not be made to suffer when Pacific House bought a building prior to having the proper zoning. Those of us who have a true love and stake in Danbury know this is the wrong thing for Danbury. The change, what I wanted to bring up, one other note was from the firefighters took a picture of a sign that was recently posted on the front door of the shelter, in which they had to change the curfew from 9 p.m. to 7 p.m. because of the inordinate amount of problems out there at the shelter with getting residents back in on time and quelling the issues with the area. So a firefighter actually took a picture of that sign and sent it to me. And he said he was told by shelter staff that they're having a lot of problems there overnight and during the nighttime hours. And they're trying to get these folks in because it's really creating a burden to the local businesses and emergency services. So much opposition from those with the most to lose. That's us. I'm very impressed by some of the speakers tonight. I think Pastor Johnson was amazing. I agree with him wholeheartedly about the folks up in Mill Ridge who were not informed of this decision, who many of them do not have the ability or wherewithal to log on and participate. They're the forgotten of Danbury, and they have the most to lose. One of the photos I did take and I sent in on one of the previous calls was I pulled into the Mill Ridge Plaza like I do every day, and I spun around the back behind the pornography shop, and I saw a man who was sleeping on the concrete block. He was partially covered in a blue blanket from the shelter, strung out, no shoes on. He was about 50 feet from the back door of the first house on Mill Ridge Road. So this is what we're doing to those folks up there. We're putting the shelter in their backyard, and that's shameful. It is beyond frustrating and inconsiderate for those to throw their full support into a facility which will have no impact on them, but will to our hardworking families. Leaders and those who will profit from this proposal should be ashamed. And you, not us, should question your humanity, your Christianity, your loyalty to your community, because I know where mine lays. I just want to thank you for your time. I appreciate everything that the zoning board is doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hallis. Commission members, any questions of Ms. Hallis at this time? Commission members, not seeing any. Ms. Hallis, thank you. You're done for the evening. Mr. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. We got you. You have the floor.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Tom Michael, and I live at 11 Claremont Avenue in Danbury. I'm a retired police officer from the Danbury Police Department. Before I give my opposition opinion, Mr. Chairman, I have an email from former officer Ted Zielinski, who Rachel just alerted to a minute ago. He wrote me an email and asked me that if I could read it to the to the board. Is that permissible?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. My name is Ted Zielinski, and I am a retired Danbury police officer. I retired after 25 years of service. I was also employed by the Danbury Housing Authority for approximately 1 year after my retirement from the police department. My office window at the Housing Authority overlooked the parking lot of the Mill Ridge Plaza. Behind the plaza was a temporary homeless shelter that was bordered by a fence. I witnessed, as I looked out my office window, drug transactions and use, drinking in public, panhandling, disturbances, and other quality of life issues. The drug use and transactions were blatantly in the open. The area I observed most of the mentioned issues was on the side of the building that bordered the homeless shelter. Access was gained back and forth to the shelter and the parking lot by breaking or dismantling portions of the fence that separated the property. I also observed that during the colder months, many of the homeless would loiter in the laundromat. I can only imagine that this must be a hindrance to regular business. As I was leaving work, exiting the parking lot, I observed several drug transactions. I would observe persons from the shelter walk up into the Mill Ridge development and meet with drug dealers. Yes, I did contact the police department on several occasions to report these crimes. It is shameful with all the children that live in the development that they have to witness this occurrence. One does not need police expertise to determine what is happening. I also needed to remove persons from the parking lot of the Housing Authority who were acting suspiciously. I know that these persons were staying at the shelter. Based on my observations and experience, I know that the drug activity has increased substantially, along with the quality of life issues. I do not oppose having a homeless shelter, but to place it in such close proximity to a liquor store in an area that is historically known for drug activity seems counterproductive, knowing that many of the occupants of the shelter struggle with these issues. That's from Ted Zielinski. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'll go to my short statement.
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead.
As we have seen these past approximately 18 months, residents of a shelter this size need to have an outdoor recreational area where they can congregate, smoke, and visit, not to picnic and sunbathe in the grassy area of the exit 4 ramp, or hang out in the closed Dunkin' Donuts parking lot, or wander through the area neighborhoods. I have many of the incidents submitted to this board this past couple months were not reported to the police, because the general public and business owners are reluctant to report incidents in fear of retaliation against them, their homes, and their businesses. In addition, what I believe is the most disturbing issue about this location is its very close proximity to 2 schools in the city public housing community. Because we know convicted sexual assault offenders and child predators are forced to stay at shelters because they have no other place to live. Mr. Chairman, I ask this board not to disregard this fact and all the other overwhelming evidence submitted to them to prove this is not the proper location for a shelter. Because if they do, Mr. Chairman, they will have inflicted a terrible injustice to all of us who live and work in the area. Thank you for your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Michael. Commission members, anything of Mr. Michael at this time? Nothing. Mr. Michael, thank you very much. If you would mute your mic, and also Ms. Hallis, if you would mute your mic. I think you may have forgotten to do that. So I see that right now we have Mr. Nolan, but Juanita Counsel has returned. Juanita Counsel will go after Mr. Nolan. How's that sound? So Mr. Nolan, help yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Thank you.
That's a miracle. Okay. I'm not familiar with this without my wife. Again, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and members of the commission, and ladies and gentlemen, participants. I will do my very best to keep my comments brief this evening, and I appreciate the opportunity again. Details are important, and I believe it was Commissioner Melillo that had a question regarding the police reports on Spring Street, which have been broached tonight by Ms. Hallis and others, as well as my brother, and was part of my letter. And I want to thank Commissioner Melillo for that question. It's an important question, and it was regarding the police reports that were made to Spring Street in general, but specifically to Dorothy Day. The Dorothy Day operation, which was located at 11 Spring Street, which Commissioner Melillo correctly pointed out was a soup kitchen and a shelter, roughly 3,000 square feet, and we estimate half and half, 1,500 square feet, 1,500 square feet. And that's why this mega shelter is so much bigger in size, number of rooms, etc. That's been handled and that's been discussed. The reason that I wanted to add this unanimously signed letter sent by City Center to this commission for this subject was that, one, to point out that it took hundreds, if not thousands of hours to put together this data. And the reason that we did it after certainly many people in Danbury worked at Dorothy Day over the years, including family members of mine, because they were serving Danburyans. That was the focus. That changed over the years to the point where it became so impossible for us to do business. We started to study it with the residents of Spring Street. And although I do not claim to have the knowledge of the residents, and you had an eyewitness report by an expert, one of my friends, Ernesto Rodriguez, who as a child growing into manhood was an eyewitness to that development. It got to the point where, as an example specific, we lost Subway, store number 8 for Freddie DeLuca, the largest restaurant chain in the world, I believe, one of the largest in any case in the world. Store number 8, after 40 years, closed. Inhabitants of the Dorothy Day operation would roll up into that bathroom and shoot heroin in that bathroom. We did everything we could to help them, and it became to the point in the end where they had to leave and we had to stand up and pay attention. That's why these statistics became very important to us. They were sent by City Center, but I did all that I could do to help in that quest. To Mr. Malillo's question, the police reports that I recall seeing, and I believe I looked at most of them, but others were involved, were listed as the address, to be technically correct, was the soup kitchen and the shelter. I would just take a guess that it was probably half and half. So if you took half of the 456 calls to 11 Spring Street and half of the 237 police calls to Spring Street, some 693 total police calls during a given year, we could say that somewhere in the ballpark of 300 plus calls, and that is a guess, went to the shelter or were for the shelter. But I would give it a little asterisk, and the asterisk is this. I would say most of the people who used the shelter also used the soup kitchen. So it could be 75% of that. And also, as Ms. Hallis did an excellent job of pointing out tonight, there are untold extracurricular activities that an establishment like that weaves in and out, drug dealers, and other things that have already been mentioned tonight. I'm not going to belabor it. So why are we bringing Dorothy Day into this? And why are we talking about those statistics tonight? Well, one of the reasons are we see history repeating itself on the West Side. We're still suffering the after effects because some of the people who were drawn from outside of the city into Dorothy Day because they had a come one, come all, their actual internet site said, no questions ever asked, no one ever turned away. That modified that, but that culture never changed. And it became such a problem that the city had to do something about it. Dorothy Day lost in court, and the shelter has been officially shut down, but not yet the illegal soup kitchen. I have to add that. Why would we bring that up tonight other than historic reasons? Because the police chief, I believe, and I believe other city officials, I'll leave it at that, have stated that the West Side shelter, the mega shelter proposed, is no worse than the shelter that was on Spring and New Street. Well, if that's going to be our bar, we're in a world of hurt here. And that's the point of really bringing this up. This was unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. It cost the downtown millions of dollars in bad publicity, in danger to our police, fire, and you've heard them tonight. You've heard active and retired police officers and fire department personnel. This is extraordinary. One other point, and I'm going to wrap up, is that in point number 13, and forgive me, my brother has already brought this up, I believe, this evening, but this is a slightly different point. This is under the supplemental material that came to you from Attorney Hollister. Number 13, no CDBG money. Mr. Nolan was incorrect in asserting that millions of dollars of CDBG money is available for alternatives to operating 3 Lake Avenue Extension as a transitional shelter. Such funding was proposed by the state DOH, Department of Housing, but requires that the facility be in compliance with local zoning. So such funds are not available unless and until a zoning compliant facility is approved. I disagree with that statement, or I should say, I certainly disagree with that statement from the standpoint that I don't believe that it would be in compliance, not only when the zoning's in place, but also when the planning department, through a special exception, which is the only way that a shelter can be approved. And I believe we have limitations of 20 beds. So there's a host of problems yet to come on any avenue that this proposal takes. But in any case, the statement is made that the funds cannot be used until local zoning is in place. Well, my brother in this evening, Mark, already brought up the fact that $11 million in the middle of 2020, when very few people, and frankly, I had no knowledge whatsoever, we try to pay attention to this, it was brought before the council as making application, but attached to that was a resolution that stated $11 million was being sought. At the end of 2020, I believe it was December 30th, just about New Year's Eve, COVID was still upon us, and I think most people were trying to get themselves through Christmas and New Year's. There was a legal notice that stated $4,825,000 of our hard-earned tax dollars was going to be sent over in order to buy the shelter. And so I believe this is more of a question than a statement, but it would be this. If in fact, none of this CDBG money could be used until zoning was in place, then how was it that there was a legal notice by the mayor, signed by the mayor of this city, I believe, that stated $4,825,000 was going to be given to Pacific House to purchase a shelter with no permits, no zoning, no permits. So I would say point number 13 brings in front of the commission some pretty big questions. If it can't be used until it's approved, then how did the shelter get bought in the first place? I'm going to wrap up right now by saying this. I was born in Danbury, as were my brothers, and we have history here, except for the time that I was, extensive time that I was away in the, for education and military. I've spent my whole life here and certainly my whole career here. This has been our base of operations, and I'm proud to say it has been our base of operations. And I will tell you that never, ever have I been more proud to say that I'm a Danburian. I am stunned, overwhelmed by the tremendous outpouring, intelligence, the way that this commission and the commissioner, the chairman and the board have given all of us an opportunity and endless hours of your precious volunteer time to listen to us and to listen to our concerns. And I hope that I have expressed myself. Certainly everyone I've listened to has done a wonderful, wonderful job, and I'm very thankful for that. And from that standpoint, as difficult as this all is, and as harmful as this has been to the west side and to the whole city of Danbury, I thank you all, and I particularly thank the commission members who have a difficult task. Good night, good luck, and thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nolan. Commission members, anything of Mr. Nolan at this time? I would like to just say that your reference to paragraph 13 is the report that was dated November 15th, titled Applicants Supplemental Materials Responses to November 9th Public Hearing.
Thank you very much. Correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, my pleasure. Commission members, anything else of Mr. Nolan? So thank you, Mr. Nolan. So what we're going to do is go
You're
to
welcome.
Juanita Counsel at this time. There
Hey,
you are. Hi.
hey, I live in Midwest,
Okay.
and my mother came in there with a 16, and I born in Midwest. Also, I work in Midwest. I am cocker guard for the kids, and I think we should not have the homeless people there because Midwest did a big change in the old time. It used to be all American people in Midwest, and all American people got kicked out, went to Waterbury, and came back. Now it's all mixed people. And before my mother was here, it was all family live in Midwest. Everybody know everybody. And we stay with somebody else mother, and now they change. It get worse, worse and worse. We need to go forward, not go backward. Cause if you go backward, we gonna fall down and we gonna have nothing. That's all I have to say.
Well, thank you very much, Juanita Counsel. Commission members, any questions of Juanita Counsel at this time? Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could just mute your microphone again, we appreciate it. So now we go to Attorney Neil Marcus.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Members of the Commission, Neil Marcus, Conan Wolf, PC, 158 Deerhill Avenue, on behalf of EWB Family Partnership, which owns the property, Mill Plain Plaza. It's been referred to the property that adjoins the subject of Three Lake Avenue extension. And I spoke to you at the last hearing, and I laid out a number of our legal arguments as to why we felt the application was improper, the issues of spot zoning and in reality contract zoning as well. And I'm not going to repeat those. I'm going to try to limit my comments to the response that's contained in this Exhibit 21, which is the 11/15/2001 memo from the applicant, because that seems to be the only real new information that's come in since the close of the last hearing. But earlier this evening, the commission heard from Dan Casagrande on the issue of whether a petition to amend the zoning regulations can in itself be amended during the public hearing process. And Dan, I think, correctly said that the commission has to use its discretion in dealing with that issue. And I think that had the commission used its discretion to allow it to have been amended, there's a good chance that an appellant might have appealed on an abuse of discretion, claiming that that's not proper, because as the commission has commented, Bob Lowell in particular, never has this commission allowed that to happen before. If during the course of a public hearing, you determine that your application is flawed and should be corrected, then you withdraw it and you submit a new application so that your legal notice is correct and your public can comment on it, and your staff and your experts can advise on it. But at the moment, an interesting anomaly is now raised because the fact that the applicant sought to amend the amendment to change it during the course of the public hearing points to the fact that it's seriously flawed. And that's, of course, the question, can you now ignore this in the record? And the answer was correctly given to you, again, by Dan, that you can't. It's part of your record, and it stands as a huge sign to the commission that this application is flawed. And if you didn't hear it from the enormous number of speakers, it states itself right in that small instance. The other comments, of course, is that this is an unusually a contested application. Obviously, a lot of you are too young or weren't around when the Wilmerite Corporation decided to petition the city of Danbury and the Zoning Commission to create the zone that would allow the construction of the Danbury Fair Mall. That hearing was highly contested, particularly by the downtown property owners and merchants who felt that if it occurred, it would be the death of Center City Danbury. Interestingly enough, that forecast came true for many years. And now, of course, there's a tremendous move to resurrect City Center, and I think it will recover. However, this particular application is reminiscent of that because there are so many people who have come out, particularly in opposition to this, and a good number of people have come out in favor of it as well. But the numbers are staggering, and the numbers alone ought to direct this commission, because zoning is not a popularity contest, but to a certain degree, it is a referendum, and it's part of our democratic system. And that's why we have the fear of abusing due process. But part of what you're seeing before you is a response that you can't ignore. And the numbers, as I say, are overwhelming. I don't think I recall any application where there have been 1,500 plus signatories to a petition in opposition. That's extraordinary. So that should send a clear message to the commission. I was somewhat accused of, actually, it was stated that in my comments, I accused the Corporation Counsel, the Office of the Corporation Counsel, of steering the commission. And I think that's a misunderstanding of what I was saying. What I'm saying, and again, the Corporation Counsel, Dan, is absolutely correct. He will defend to the end the decision of this commission. And actually, he'll defend to the end the decision made by the planning staff. The Corporation Counsel represents that office as well. What I was saying in my comments last time is that by going to the Corporation Counsel for an opinion on spot zoning, you're asking the Corporation Counsel to basically overrule the planning staff, which had already given you a memorandum, is saying that this application is not spot zoning. So you put the Corporation Counsel in a conflicted position. I only wished that you had gotten some independent advice. It would have been better for you, and quite honestly, better for the Office of the Corporation Counsel. But it has nothing to do with their abilities or their honesty. They're put in a position to say, advise us in light of the staff report. And they did by providing you with only the cases that said this is not spot zoning. And my criticism was they steered you by doing that towards a decision that it's not spot zoning, because nobody ever provided you with the cases that say, well, this is spot zoning. And that's my concern. My concern is that they were trying to essentially steer the commission because, quite honestly, they had no choice. They were defending their client vigorously, as they should, and they always do. But it puts this application in a very dicey position with respect to a very important issue, spot zoning. I mean, you've heard all of the public raise this on numerous occasions, and it should be dealt with directly and objectively. And that's what my concern was. It certainly was not a criticism of the quality of the work that the Corporation Counsel does. That has never been an issue. I'm going to go back again to the fact that when we do trial work, we talk about certain admissions that are against interest, and the attempt to modify the application during the process is just that. It's an admission by the applicant against its own interest, i.e., this application needs to be improved and corrected. On the opposition tonight, Paul Rotella started out, and Paul, interestingly enough, comes at this from a number of different perspectives. He's a former member of the Zoning Commission, so he has a feel for what you as a commission are dealing with. But now, of course, he's on the council, and he indicated that he's concerned that he may be in the position to have to finance the defense of an appeal if it happens. Where he's going to have to act against the interest of his own constituents, which is a problem, and I appreciate that, and I'm glad that he actually recognizes that right off the bat. But what you also have to realize here is you're weighing the record. And I'm looking at Joanne's picture, even though she's not using her live picture at the moment. The burden on your staff of making the incorrect decision here is enormous. You've got 740 some odd exhibits and hours of testimony for transcription. So you as a commission are charged with a pretty important decision. And that makes it all the more difficult. But the other thing that Paul Rotella said that sort of may have slid by, so I'm going to repeat it. Paul says that another flaw in this application is that the applicant has failed to show you that there are not zones in the city of Danbury that it can accommodate the use that they propose. The uses, I guess, because it's both transitional housing and homeless shelter. But he's absolutely correct. I mean, there are zones in which you can certainly accommodate those uses. And the fact of the matter is, as he pointed out, it seems that this application is just an attempt to shoehorn zoning into allowing the use of a building because it's conveniently available. And during the governor's executive orders, emergency orders, it is a homeless shelter. But at the end of those emergency orders, it shouldn't be a homeless shelter. It shouldn't, A, because it's in the wrong zone. B, changing the zone is just out of harmony with the neighborhood. You've heard that from hundreds of people and seen it in a number of the petitions. And the fact of the matter is, it's an institute. I'm going to go back to what Beth Cavagna said. It's an institution that doesn't really reflect the best we can do for the homeless population in Danbury. The fact that there are an enormous number of police incidents there already, when the applicant realizes that everybody's looking at them through a magnifying glass. So last week, when you had your hearing, I complained about what was going on in my client's parking lot and the people who were dying from a drug overdose. I mean, that never happened for the 30 or 40 years before this, that the property was used by my client. that you would think that things might change, but today I received a videotape from the tenant in the liquor store showing a fight between people that were just standing around. They were just standing there. In the next minute, there are fists being punched, and one person was knocked to the ground and his head hit that pavement. And I don't know what happened after that. The video cut out. But if that was not a concussion or a serious brain hemorrhage, I don't know what would be. He went down hard. And, you know, that's this week after we said, why don't we take some consideration of what's going on in the neighborhood? And nothing happens. To me, it's incredible. Again, I do a lot of unpopular applications from time to time. And when issues are raised, I look at my client and I said, that better stop immediately. You better do something about this, because we can't continue in front of the commission when we know that these problems in the neighborhood are continuing. And that's what's going on here. So the response paper has a couple of issues that I will address hopefully quickly. Paragraph number 4, I'm on the November 15th memorandum. Paragraph number 4 has an interesting statement. It says, at the November 9th hearing, an assertion was made that there have been up to 5 deaths at the shelter and that had not been reported. I mean, quite honestly, it's tragic when people die in a shelter. I agree. But that wasn't the focus of the neighborhood's concern. The focus of the neighborhood's concern is the deaths that were taking place outside the shelter. I mean, I'm not sure that our message of the public was getting through to the applicant. I mean, I'm more concerned about the deaths that are occurring, even without the deaths, just drug overdoses, on my client's parking lot. Not that I'm unsympathetic to the shelter, but it just misses the boat. The number 5, paragraph number 5, it talks about the perimeter surveillance cameras have been installed and operate, and other measures are being taken. But as I say, all that happens in this past week. There was a fight in the parking lot next door. The fact that they're doing these security cameras is just a message that they are ineffective. In paragraph 12, supportive units and shelters benefits as affordable housing. And here's where I'm going to confess. With 740 exhibits, I missed it. I can't find the one that has the Department of Housing confirming that it's going to treat the supportive units and the emergency beds in the transitional youth shelter as 8-30G assisted units affordable housing. If you can find that in your submission, take a look at it, because I didn't see it. And again, I will confess there are just a lot of exhibits, but I would like to ask you to have the applicant show to you and the public exactly where the Department of Housing issued that confirmation, because I find it extraordinary based on the work that I've done under 8-30G. But at the end of that same paragraph, where I had said, you know, the problem is the concern of the public is that they're making this a regional attraction. And I said, well, you know, if you create 8-30G affordability plans, one aspect of the plan is your marketing plan. And the marketing plan requires you to go out into a larger community to make affordable housing units available to a region, as opposed to just a city or a town. But they're saying the response to that is that, you know, Marcus is all wet because we have to market this through the coordinated access network, which, interestingly enough, I will imagine that most of the people who read that, including a lot of the members of your commission, don't understand exactly what that is. I thank you, Mark Nolan, for explaining what that is. because that is what I was complaining about, that this is being created as a regional center in a zone that is inappropriate. You know, if we find it in the appropriate zone in the city of Danbury and we want to create a regional center, that's fine. I'm not opposed to it. But to do it in this shoehorn of a zoning amendment is just absolutely wrong. But Mark Nolan has cleared that up very, very well. Paragraph 14. Well, when all else fails, take some shots at the neighbor. And that's my client, Ed Batista. Ed Batista has been commended in the city of Danbury for the properties that he has rehabilitated and improved. On Osborne Street, we built a Dunkin' Donuts that was very controversial. And Lila Shaker, may she rest in peace, came out and objected at every meeting to the Dunkin' Donuts. And when we finally convinced the Planning Commission to allow us to do this, Eddie cleaned up this absolutely garbage parking lot where construction equipment was stored for years. He cleaned it up and he put a little Dunkin' Donuts on there. And Lila Shaker wrote a letter to the editor of the Danbury News Times commending Ed Batista for improving the neighborhood. I mean, this was our biggest critic during the hearing process. That's what he does. When he bought this property from Tomas, he had spent a lot of money improving it. It has not been improved in the last couple of years because there's a homeless shelter and people are coming through the fence and hanging out in the parking lot. You can't do much with it. Now, the interesting thing is the submission from the applicant says that Dunkin' Donuts on Lake Avenue Extension did not close due to conversion of the Super 8 from a hotel to a shelter. It closed because it did not have a drive-through window. Well, actually, it has a drive-through window. It's located directly across the street. That drive-through window is still operating. What we can't operate is the store, because the place where people might sit down and have a cup of coffee with their friends. That's what we couldn't operate. No problem. We have a drive-through. So I don't know exactly where this information is coming from. But when you submit information to the commission on behalf of an applicant, it ought to be somewhat correct or some attempt made to verify. And the suggestion is further on at the end of the report is that the commission should ask Mr. Batista about who's harming the neighborhood. Well, I think they're talking about the late Wallace Stevens, who opened up the Fantasy Isle when, by the way, he was a tenant of Thomas Byros, not Mr. Batista. But he operated that store. He opened it up approximately 40 years ago because we had to fight with the administration of the late James Dyer. He was then the mayor, and he was in office from 79 to 87. So sometime in the early 1980s, we had to fight for Wallace Stevens' right to open up an adult bookstore, which interestingly is still at the same site, still operating, and to my knowledge, has had no police calls that I'm aware of. I'll let the chief correct me on that if he finds it in his records. But for our research, there are no police calls to Fantasy Isle. There are no police calls to the local liquor store. It would just, and of course, the coup de grace here is that we are also criticized because we're trying to rent the empty building. And we're trying. And a letter has been attached, and it's correct. There's a tenant who is projected to open up in there. And if it works, that's terrific. But at the moment, the existing tenants in the building are having a problem because of the new neighborhood that's been created by the emergency shelter. So a lot has been said about this application, and I commend the speakers for their diligence, their thoroughness, and the accuracy of the information that they've attempted to provide to the commission. I don't have to go out of my way to thank this commission for its courteous acceptance of the public input. You guys never disappoint me, and I don't think you disappoint the public. But this is a tough decision. I'm going to go back. I'm going to finish where I started. I am absolutely in favor of providing affordable housing. I am absolutely in favor of providing homeless shelters. I'm 100% for that. I'm absolutely opposed to bad zoning. And this application falls in the latter, even though it contains elements of the former. But in this case, there are plenty of opportunities in the city of Danbury with the type of money that is now available, that's been alluded to by both Mark and Jim Nolan, the type of money that's available to address this issue, just the infrastructure money that's yet to come, to do this right, to do this in a neighborhood where it belongs and on a scale where we might not have one mega shelter, but we might have 3 mini shelters, which is what we've always had here. I mean, the Dorothy Day house was 17 beds, and the overflow shelter was about the same. It's a much more manageable type of operation. And what you're being asked to do here is just improper. And there's no other way around it. So I'm going to encourage you to make a decision that is a good zoning decision and turn down the application. And I'm going to welcome the opportunity to meet with Tim Hollister, if you'd like to, with his clients, and to explore, because I'm very aware of the affordable housing issue. I defended Dorothy Day's operation for many years. And by the way, I got just as a personal matter, though we received a decision in the Danbury Superior Court that upheld the ZBA decision, not the zoning commission decision, but the ZBA decision, the appeal never took place from the Superior Court because of COVID-19. COVID-19 shut down that model of shelter, and there was absolutely no way that that was going to change for a long, long time. But when we're ready to come out of COVID and come up with a more modern homeless shelter that accommodates the needs of the city of Danbury, I'd be happy to work with any group that will try to provide that type of service. But what you've got before you tonight is not that type of service. It really is a completely different concept than what has existed in the city of Danbury. And it's just proposed for the wrong neighborhood, as evidenced by the passionate, sometimes emotional, but for the most part, factual presentation from the public, to whom I am seriously indebted for their time and effort. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Marcus. Commission members, any questions of Attorney Marcus at this time? Commission members. So Attorney Marcus, what I will do is see if we have the Department of Housing letter stating that these units will be designated as 8-30G affordable units. I looked through, I not only looked through 741 pages, I read most of them out loud, but I didn't see anything either, but that doesn't mean that it's not in the pile somewhere. So I did make a note of that, and hopefully Attorney Hollister will address it. If not, I'll ask him if it's in the pile somewhere.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else of Attorney Marcus, commission members? Oh, anything else, commission members of Attorney Marcus? Okay, thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition to this petition? The speakers and presenters of opposition is closed. So at this point in time, we will go to.
Mr. Chairman?
Who said that?
Councilman Chenese.
Hi, Councilman.
Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button to unmute myself.
Well, I saw your hand up before and I was wondering why you took it down.
Because Mr. Attorney Marcus was speaking too long and I got tired.
What else is new?
But if I'm
That's
still
saying
allowed
so,
to-
Commissioner Haddad, that's saying something if Mr. Cheney's digital hand that he wasn't having to hold up was getting tired.
Well, Attorney Marcus did cause this commission to create the Attorney Marcus rule, which is we hold up pieces of paper and say, sit down, Neil, when the public can't see it. Councilman Cheney's, only because I saw your hand up before. So
all right, thank you, Commissioner and Commissioner.
And you are
members.
you are officially going to be the last.
I guess that's the pearl of being last. A lot of my comments that I was going to say was already said by Ben Dodo and Neil Marcus and Jim and Mark Nolan. They took my thunder away a little bit, but I do agree with a lot of them what they said. But I just wanted to once again state for the record is what I stated 2-3 meetings ago, that I object to this application. I agree that it's bad zoning. I do believe that the applicant should withdraw the application and allow city leaders and community leaders to get together and form a plan how to address homelessness as we come out of the COVID era here. The state of Connecticut afforded us the time with the executive order going to February. I think State Rep Ken Gucker's on the call tonight as well. I believe he could probably opine a little bit more, but I still believe with that the executive order will continue past February. I can't see the state closing down a homeless shelter in the middle of winter. For those who don't know, I am also the president of Amos House, which is mentioned by seven callers this evening. And I do agree with a lot of what they said. We operate a 14-room facility on Rocky, off of Rogers Park, in the middle of a park, and we run a very good program. We have hardly any police calls coming to our building. And one of the reasons why is we have a good program and we run a small transitional housing. As has been said throughout the evening, smaller is better. The Women's Center, 20-bedroom facility. Our facility, with New Street being a 20-bed facility, we're a small facilities. Small facilities work better. And there are also the facility on Elm Street that's been vacant for 4 years is another 20-room facility that's vacant right now, is not even being used. There's additional 20 rooms that could also be used to help with the homeless population. So I just want to state that for the record as well, that there's other areas that are currently zoned correctly and can address the homeless population without trying to change a zone for added use that is not proper for the location. I was also mentioned this evening about the city council being involved with the original application. I just want to put for the record, so it was mentioned. July 27th of 2020 is the letter that was stated from Mayor Mark Mountain to the city council. And maybe Mark Nolan could address this a little bit more. But when it came to the city council, it was a CDBG-CV pass-through resolution. And the CV stands for coronavirus. So it was a community development block grant coronavirus that came from the state of Connecticut's Department of Housing. And the letter from the Mayor Mountain at the time that says that the funds will be used for services, for homeless services, and will result in a new permanent operation to serve the homelessness. So back in August, when it first hit our agenda, it was never meant to be affordable housing. It was always on our radar to be a homeless shelter. So I just want to bring that for the record as well. And also, I just want to mention that during that meeting, it was also stated by Pacific House that they were going to come back to the council for a future presentation to give us more of what the actual operation was going to be all about. To this date, we have not had any communications from Pacific House to the city council for any presentation. We have gotten nothing. So as far as when they kept saying, they didn't know about it, I believe them. Transparency for this application or for the shelter was almost non-existent. If it wasn't for the police calls that was happening the numerous times, again, no one knew what was happening there. Not even as a member of the city council, I didn't even know what was going on there. So when they say that they didn't know about it, I believe them. And I think we have the opportunity right now to take a step back, slow down, and let's address homelessness the way it really should be addressed, not being rushed through at 11:56 to try to get this application done, because it's not in the best interest of the city. Because again, through the chair, I assume you're planning on closing the public hearing tonight? Is that correct?
Yes, one of two things will happen. We'll either close a public hearing or somebody will make a motion to continue it. We'll see what happens.
Okay, because I know I asked at the first meeting that part of the request to whether or not you are a transitional shelter, that you be under contract with the state of Connecticut and or the city of Danbury. And I asked for such a contract to be presented to this commission.
I responded with that. It's somewhere in my pile, but the response was there are no city or state contracts on file.
That's right. It hasn't existed. So how can you pass an amendment or a new zone without having all the documentation needed to make a proper determination? Again, those documents are key because those documents will actually tell this commission how the operations of the shelter is going to happen. And without that being in your, so you can review, how can you pass this? So again, do I know they exist? Yes, I know there's documents floating around because I saw it myself. So it does exist. It still has not been made through the channels yet. It has not yet been presented to the city council to either review or not review. So they do exist. But if they do exist, it's in a draft form, but it's sort of out there. But again, by continuing this public hearing, it does give the city a time to present such a contract to this commission. So those are the couple of those are things I just wanted to say at 11:58 this evening.
Thank you, Councilman Chianese. Commission members, any questions of Councilman Chianese? Thank you very much. Attorney.
Just one more thing. Do you need the copy of that, what I read for the council agenda? For the record?
Sure. If you submit it into the office as an exhibit, you can, sure.
Sure. All right, I'll do that tomorrow.
Thank you. Attorney Hollister.
I'm here.
How are you?
That's a loaded question. Go ahead.
Well, you're up.
Well, first, let me say for the record that the last hearing went on so late that I've been banished to another part of my house for tonight.
I noticed.
Well, I guess I want to start with, let me start with one thing. The reference to the position of the Department of Housing with regard to the units in the Super 8 is in the Planning Department's September 9th memo, reference to that. So if the Attorney Marcus is looking for that, or the chair is looking for that reference, that's where that information came from, which was written by the city planner.
Thank you.
So I guess my question now is, are we at the applicant's rebuttal? Because I thought you said you were going to take further support speakers, query whether at 12 midnight, whether they're even still on the call.
Well, what we're doing is this is as much time as you want to comment and rebut. So this is for you to take from day one to today. So you have as much time as you want. What we decided at the last meeting was anything that you have to present as far as new letters or new exhibits through you, you can submit any letters that you got as exhibits. So if you have any letters of wishing to speak in favor that you received that you want to submit as exhibits, you're welcome to.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Melillo.
So if my memory is correct, any evidence or any new testimony or any letters that Attorney Hollister would submit this evening, because this is under rebuttal, is not under those speaking in favor, because then we'd have to go through a whole nother round of those speaking in opposition, must address information that was raised in opposition. The whole purpose of the rebuttal is to rebut the opposition, but not introduce any new information.
No, there wouldn't be any new information, but if he has any exhibits that he wants to submit, he can't be stopped from submitting exhibits.
Well, I can think of some things that I'd like to procure in rebuttal, as Commissioner Melillo just said. It's 12 midnight. For example, I'd like to get a very exact confirmation from the Department of Housing about the disposition of the CDBG money. I can't submit that right now because I don't have it. So here I have a proposal for your consideration, which is my understanding there was a discussion about continuing the hearing. If we are at the point where the applicant's final rebuttal is the next and final task of the hearing, I would propose to do that at the start of the next hearing. I will impose a 45-minute time limit on myself and my team, just to let you know we're not going to go on for 3 or 4 hours, to give you, because I know you would want to roll right into your deliberation. So if we could start and finish our rebuttal at the start of the next continuation of the hearing, then close the hearing, then you can rebut it. And we will anything in writing that we need, we will submit by, in the normal schedule by the end of the day. Well, if you do it Tuesday, the 23rd, which I believe was the date that was already on the calendar, then we will have everything in 24 hours ahead of time so everyone can read it.
Well, between the 7 o'clock and 8 o'clock hour while you were gone, you had your associate there. I mentioned that we have scheduled it in an emergency. We have already scheduled another special meeting for the 18th, this Thursday.
Yes, I'm available on the 18th, and that's not a problem. I just don't know if I can pull my information together.
Okay.
In 4 hours.
I got it.
Mr. Chairman, let me just say, I have now listened to 10 hours of opposition. That's what I have to respond to, including two speeches by Mr. Marcus. That's 45 minutes of response right there.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Melillo.
If I may, through you, I would like to ask a question to Attorney Hollister. And
Sure.
I'm assuming the contract he's looking to dig up or to locate is in response to Mr. Chianesi's opposition. Is that what you're referring to, Mr. Attorney Hollister?
No, I'm looking for verification from the Department of Housing as to their view of what was the disposition of the money. Now, there's a bunch of other things, and I'm not going to pick on any one person except to say Mr. Mark Nolan didn't even read accurately what I wrote. So, if I'm going to rebut, I need to go back over the tape, and he cherry picked phrases from what I wrote. So that's my task, and I can't pull that all together instantaneously.
Okay, because the reason I was asking that was because I have to wonder in my mind how much of that information is relevant to the property address on Lake Avenue, which would be a very site-specific approval versus a zoning amendment change, and whether or not that would be necessary for this commission in its legislative action to consider the legislative proposal before us rather than a specific site location.
Well, that's a very good question, but numerous opposition speakers have already said that the commission should consider the availability of money that might go to other properties as a factor in whether it accepts this zoning regulation amendment on a site-specific basis. If you don't think that's relevant, then I'll check that off my list, but that's what I was going to respond to.
Well, I'm not wanting to tell you what's relevant, what's not relevant, because you can turn around and then use that as an appeal. And I'm sure the Attorney Casagrande would really, really rip me a new one for doing something along those lines. So, but I was just questioning whether or not
Yeah, no,
in
that's
your
a fair
opinion it was
question.
relevant to the purview in front of us.
That's a fair question.
Well, I mean, how about if we got to start somewhere? So why don't you see what you can gather, and we'll pick up, unless you have anything to say tonight, we'll either have you tonight and talk until you want to complete yourself tonight, but begin on the 18th, or we can call it a night now and begin with you on the 18th. And your comment of you're limited to 45 minutes, thank you, and that's appreciated, but we're not asking you to limit it. You can take as long as you want because everyone else had as long as they want.
I appreciate that. Let me tell you that you will get, by me putting a time limit on myself, you will get, and giving me at least 2 days, if not 4 or 5, you will get a much more succinct and fact-based than if I were to launch into it right now. So we're down, we've lost 40 people over the last 2 hours. So I'd like to have a fresh, full audience to talk to.
So then am I correct in saying that you want it, we'll call it a night tonight, and we'll start with you at the beginning of our next meeting?
Yes.
Okay. How does that sound, commission members?
Mr. Haddad, do we know, because I know an email went out and you alluded to the fact on the 18th. Are we talking about first of all, are we talking about the 18th or are we talking about the 23rd?
No, we've already, according to our notice to the commission members, they got the 48 hours, according to our rules and the governor's executive order. And in order for that to take place, we need to have the public notice of 24 hours, and that will take place by posting it tomorrow. Is that correct, Ms. Reed? Where's Ms. Reed?
Yeah, no, I understand that, Mr. Haddad. My question was not a posting issue or a notice. I'm not challenging it. The 18th is clear. We can meet on the 18th.
Yes. Yes.
If we have a quorum, are we? So I know there was at least one member who indicated that they would not be available on the 18th. I don't know if other members did. I would hate to see us put something for the 18th and not be able to see the quorum.
I understand. We only had one. Joanne and Ms. Reed, did you hear of anything else from anybody else?
The only person I heard from was Mr. Hawley, and he's unavailable.
Is there any other commission members want to voice their opinion on availability while we still have the rest here? Where's my sheet?
I'll be around. I'm good.
How about if we just say, is there any commission member here that's not available on Thursday
Besides Mr. Hawley.
besides Mr. Hawley?
And Mr. Chairman, you need to tell Ms. Counsel that she can't speak.
I know, she knows.
My friend raised her hand.
No, Ms. Counsel, we've already gone past that. Thank you. She just muted her mic. So commission members, who is not available on Thursday night? Except for Mr. Hawley. So it sounds like we'll have a quorum, Mr. Malillo.
Thank you. I just wanted to
yes,
know for the
definitely.
record,
and from what I recall, it's at 7 o'clock, Ms. Reed.
Yes.
So then it looks like be there or be square.
And Mr. Chairman, this will be the applicant's final rebuttal, so no other speakers.
That's correct.
Thank you.
That's correct. Actually, after you, we're going to call on staff to see if they have anything to say, and then it's in the vault.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chairman, we are going forward with Thursday at 7 o'clock.
Yes, we are.
I will post the notice tomorrow and send out the agenda.
Thank you very much. So I guess at this point, we're going to look for a motion to continue this to for the specific. We're going to continue this for the specific reason of hearing comments and rebuttal from Attorney Hollister, comments from staff for 7 o'clock on the November 18th. Is there a motion to that effect?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue this meeting for Thursday.
Yes, sir.
To hear rebuttal and further comments.
Thank you. Motion made by Mr. Almeida with specificity. Is there a second by Mr. Hawley? Thank you. Any other comments? Any other comments, commission members? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I did not hear any opposition. I did not see any commission members raise their hand in opposition. So we will be back at 7 o'clock on Thursday. And thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Commission members, to complete, we have nothing else under old business, nothing under new business, nothing under correspondence, nothing under for reference only. Any other matters, any other matters, any other matters, commission members only. I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Is there one? Ms. Fay, did you have your hand up? Yes. A motion made by Ms. Fay to adjourn, second by Mr. Almeida again. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Not hearing any, we will adjourn at 12:11. It's an early night for us.
Ooh.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Thank you.